Hello. I am here. Here. How are we all doing today? Good, I hope. We ready for some more Orisa? Who wants to join? You want to join Meta? Tube. You're online. Oh, yeah, shit, not that one. In a game. Alright, let's turn the volume up. Okay, I guess we're going. Let's do it.
Welcome to Rialto. Prepare your defenses. Select your hero.
Cheap gaming laptop, eh? What's it got in it? Hey there, Linta. Sure, I can invite. Let me pull us out of this one. Okay, so Palad. Should be arriving Monday or Tuesday. Yeah, I'm doing alright today. Ugh. Why did they nerf D.Va? Because D.Va was too strong. He wouldn't do it otherwise. 1050 i5 8300H was only 900. Yeah, not too bad. It's always worth having a little gaming laptop. If you need to be oot in a boot, but don't need a powerhouse. Sure. If you whisper me in game with your previous Twitch name, I'll transfer your stuff over. Your tickets should have transferred by themselves. If they didn't, I'll have a look. Level and tree bits will have to be done manually, but tickets usually transfer themselves. But bear in mind that if a giveaway happened, then you know your tickets will be gone. I don't know. They're all there. Is it a new account or the same account?
What are we waiting for?
Just change the name. Usually name changes will get transferred automatically on the ticket system. But I guess in this case it didn't happen, so I'll have to fix it for you.
3, 2, 1. Attack commence.
We'll copy the larger amount. Yeah, not many more Orisa hours. Are we done? Might have been done for Tuesday rather than on Tuesday's stream. It might be before Tuesday's stream. Well, I don't know yet. Really depends on how many hours I get done between now and then. We'll see. Hey there, droid the clat. So that's the tickets. So if I go to reduct.
The payload has reached the checkpoint.
I'll add them on. So 53.1.
I am moving with the payload.
5778. Let's stay an even 6k, that should be about right. It's plus or minus maybe 10 points. It's close enough. Okay, your ticket should be sorted out. Sort the rest out.
Rebooting.
What's your levels right now?
Hello there. My ultimate is ready to be unleashed.
Tree duck. Have a look. 32 and 2. Alright. So you should be able to add on 32 here, so it's 67. Add on a couple of hours here. And tree duck. And it's got owl. And then the same here.
Coalescence is ready.
And
Advance.
that should fix your levels. Okay. So your levels should be fixed now. I'll do your tree bit shortly.
Escorting the payload. No one can hide. My ultimate is ready. Join me.
Yeah, that confirms it worked. I'll stay fab.
I'm under fire. Heroes never die. I see you over there.
I still have a job to do.
I'll fix the tree bits once I get back.
Hello there.
Once we finish off this match.
I cast this force.
Cease your resistance.
Okay, nice. Leaderboard. Owie. Alright, so
System restart initialized.
3950. I'm doing it now anyway. 39. What was that? Yeah.
Get the payload moving.
3 bits should be sorted as well. So all 3 point systems are updated for you.
Helden sterben nicht. Fire at will. Surrender to my will.
Please move behind the barrier.
Огонь по готовности.
Engaging double vision. Triple kill. Metrics.
Can you not, please, Widow? Get off the payload. There we go.
Victory.
Nice.
Play of the game.
Огонь по готовности.
Double kill. Triple kill.
You got your account back. It really depends whether you want to resume or start fresh. I mean, starting fresh has its advantages, I suppose. But also, you lose all your progress and all your stuff and all that kind of stuff if you don't. So, if you start fresh, so it's up to you how much value you put on your old stuff.
Welcome to Jungle. Prepare your defenses. Select
Yeah, my schedule says I should be starting Lucio on Friday, but I'll either start him on Tuesday or Wednesday, so I'm around 2 to 3 days ahead of schedule right now, which is nice.
your safety is my primary concern.
Hi. Hiya. Hi.
Attackers
Hello there.
in 30 seconds. For ultimate chance of survival, stay in range of my barriers.
Hi. 안녕.
Attackers incoming.
Attacking!
Watch your back.
Nice. If you're talking about real life hours, it's around 11,000. Might want to recalculate that. I've said that for a while. Yeah, that's still about right. My actual all modes hours is 6,596, but that doesn't take a lot of stuff into account. And if you do take all that stuff into account, you get to around 11,000 hours, which is quite a bit.
Enemies revived.
Hour rankings? What do you mean?
My ultimate is ready. Let's do this.
Turning defenses off.
Hi.
Hiya! Whoa. I have no idea. I really don't know. I don't know any of the teams well enough to know how well they'll do. I'm not that interested in it.
I still have a job to do.
I didn't fill up my water. Rip. I got a little bit right now, but I haven't got much to fill that up after this match. Hey, sticky dog.
You are advised to move behind my back.
Watch this.
Would you be able to join the next game? Of course. Just whisper me. I'll invite you to the group.
Hi.
Watch your back.
To me.
Fortifying defenses. Barrier activated.
Hiya.
Greetings.
Hiya.
Hiya.
Hi. Hey.
I recommend moving behind my barrier.
안녕.
Can't I guide your way tonight?
Oh.
60 seconds remaining.
Dipstick!
No. That's my battle tag in chat for you.
Rebooting.
I'm back in the fight.
30 seconds remaining.
Defenders won.
Taken down.
Victory is near.
So you can copy and paste it directly into the game if you want. That way, making it easy for you to avoid mistakes.
Dave,
Saving time.
wait up!
You fixed your PC. Oh, nice. Don't use that sound effect if you don't need to.
Armoring you up. Activating self-destruct sequence.
Victory!
Play of the game.
What's up, Colin? The sound effect list is listed in an actual list. It didn't disappear. It's a much smaller panel and lists to a Google Doc with all the ones in there. I need to actually check that because I'm not sure whether. Check it. They just listed all the files in the directory and then formatted it, basically. Oh, look. Yeah, I should update that command, I think. That one should be removed. Here.
Mace to the face!
Whoop. 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 Some of the formatting is a bit weird on this. Oh, I know why. There we go. Cool, fixed it. Best voice line in the game. Calamity. Okay. Hold on. Big connect! Who's Big Connect? Was that one of their recent players, was it? Big Connect! Alright. No. Alright, I'm just gonna fill up my water, I'll be right back. And then we'll play some. Give me a minute.
The cake is a lie. Or is it?
Or is it? Give me a minute, I'll see if I can find it. Oh, it's completely silent. Oh, good job. Ah, there we go, that was what I was looking for. Oh, I know why. My Chrome is muted. Let's try this again. I'm gonna turn it down before I click the button. I'm kinda glad I turned that down. That was still quite loud. Alright. Here's joining. I got one space. Am I sleeping on stream? Sleep disorder. Don't know what yet. Investigating. Alright. Was it 1 year since this meme? Something like that. Hey Skate, you joining on a... Okay, cool. Let me endorse and we'll go in. Ah! There we go. Aled. Which one is it? Calamity, right? Wait, what?
Welcome to Blizzard World. Prepare your defenses.
Oh, you're not in the group, are you?
Select your hero.
You online? This one. Alright. No, this is your other account. Okay. Lots of mercy! Widow Trace. No Ash at all. Only 2 hours of Wrecking Ball. Only 11 hours of Brigitte. Comp all the way through. Oh, okay.
Attackers incoming in 30 seconds.
Alright, should probably choose a hero.
Your safety is my primary concern.
We are a 6-stack, yeah. And they're a 6-stack too, which increases the likelihood that they'd comply if they wanted to.
Attackers incoming. Defend objective A.
You are organized and confident if you need assistance. Damage output
if we get a if we get a 2 CP map, what I'd like to do is just encourage them to win as fast as possible and not contest it all to see how short a game we can get. So I'm curious how short you can get it if they rush as fast as they can through the map. 3 on A, 3 on B. So 3 go directly to A as fast as possible with speed boosts. The B team, so 3 other heroes, go straight to B while A is being captured and cap B straight away. And you should be able to complete the map in about 40 to 45 seconds, I would have thought, if you do it that way. That'd be pretty neat.
You have my thanks. My ultimate is charging.
My ultimate ability is charging.
Yeah, with
Heroes never
500% you will get it super quick, but I'm talking about a regular match. Normal capture speeds, normal running speeds, all of that kind of stuff. Thanks Haymore for the follow. Welcome to the group. What was I saying? But yeah, I've been in a regular match before where it was less than a second. Less than a minute, I mean. Less than a second. That's a bit too quick. But, I think the shortest I've seen myself in a regular game is maybe 49 seconds? 47 seconds? Something like that. But if you're actually trying to do it as physically fast as possible, right? Capture the victory.
Reality bends to my will.
Attackers Inc. defeat.
Огонь по готовности.
Oh no.
Hello there.
Objective
What has changed?
stop the payload.
Oh, dead for the guitar. Ow.
I must rejoin my team.
Oh no.
I'm still new at this.
I'm still new at this, apparently. Although
Hello there.
my level seems to contradict that idea.
Get into position.
X81, greetings. It's been a few days. Yeah, how you doing? What have you been up to last few days?
I still have a job to do.
Bum, 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 bum. Oh, whoops. I got melted.
Is approaching its destination.
Starting up
Defeat. Play of the game.
Fire at will. Nerf this. Rolling to me. Triple. Get out of the way.
Alright, cool. Ninja has a global Twitch emote. What? That's nuts. Hi there, Hygro. Greetings from England. We're a 6-stack at the moment. What I can do though is open the queue, and then you could join that if you want to wait till the spot opens.
Your safety is my primary concern.
Alright, cool.
Stick to the plan. And if you get into trouble, I'll bail you out. Plan? You see,
Attack commences in 30 seconds.
stressed.
Hello.
More lost than the moon in winter. You seem stressed.
These the same people or different people? They look like different people to me. They are. It's a 4-stack and 2 singles. Hmm.
Attack commencing.
Also, I leveled up. Whoop!
Level up.
That Athena voice line for level up is actually in the game files, but never used anywhere in the game. Doesn't stop me using it though. I guess they were thinking of using that at one point, but didn't end up doing it in the end. Which is fine. There's plenty of unused voice lines. Just in case they decide to use them at some point, I guess. They're fairly low, low amounts of storage needed for those kind of voice lines. Just a few kilobytes mostly.
Objective A.
So it's easy enough to just store as many as you want for the most part, as long as you don't go too overboard. And then you've got stuff you can use at any point already in the game,
My ultimate is charging.
which is pretty good. I'm just trying to catch up the payload. What?
Please move behind the barrier.
Wah. The only reason I didn't use it before recently is I didn't think to do it. I knew the voice line existed. Just didn't think to use it with my level up button. It makes sense to do it. Because it's, you know, an extra bit of oof. It's an extra little touch, you know.
The payload has reached your chest.
For your own safety, demand I guide your way to them.
Coming up.
There is a difference from being stopped from doing something and just not doing it, right? Because there was nothing stopping me from doing it if I wanted to do it, or if I thought of doing it. But, you know, whatever. Semantics. Doesn't really matter.
Healing enough.
Rebooting.
The payload has come to a halt. Get it moving. Payload secured. Move out.
Yeah, victory! Well, that was fairly simple, wasn't it? Less than 4 minutes. All the way there. You can get payload and hybrid maps completed in under 3, but that's really, really fast. And it's unlike
Got you in my sights.
team have to really be bad at staying alive in order for that to happen, and bad on being on the objective as well, usually.
Mace to the face.
Yes. It won't work if you put anything else after the command. So if you put
Mace to the face.
if you put mace and a load of spaces and then 1, it just doesn't work. Well, it removes the additional spaces, but yeah, it won't work if you put anything after that, because it's counting everything after the first space as the, you know, argument for the command. So it'll input all of that into the program and look for that in the list.
The cake is not a lie.
No, you're not the only one, Peled. They generally only work for people in America, and then only intermittently. It's not great. The time you save is completely cancelled out by the fact that you lose consecutive match bonus. Consecutive match bonus in a group gives you 360 XP per match. Considering that you get 4 XP per second in a quick play game, that equates to 1.5 minutes of game time for just staying in the queue. Now, if you don't actually queue between matches, which is most of the time in quick play, if you stay in there and don't leave, you save basically a whole minute per match of time by staying in there and not leaving game. So it's worth staying in, because you get more XP per hour that way. Yeah, I'm going to be releasing a video soon on my YouTubes within the next week or two. I'm going through the entire XP system, every mode, and how to maximize XP efficiency as much as possible. So I'll tweet that out when I've done it. So keep an eye on my YouTube, my Twitter, all that kind of stuff. And That should be a nice helpful video for everyone. Currently I'm in the information gathering phase where I'm going through every single mode and figuring out all the XP amounts you get. So I think all I've got left now for the most part is seasonal events. So I'm going to have to go through past streams and search for the games that I did for the events while they were on. Some of them may be slightly inaccurate because there have been a small amount of changes in the amount of time certain things take, but for the most part it'll be as accurate as you can get right now. Yeah, if you want to play with me you can do. I do have one space in my group, but that was requested by Merox. Is Merox here? There we go. Okay, so if you wish to join, feel free to join the queue. And then you'll get the next spot in the group. Yeah, indeed, Sticky Dog. I still need to add some audio to that, but I'll do that at some point when I'm ready to actually edit the whole thing together. Because I need to finish gathering all the information. I'm gonna work hard over the next few days to try and finish all that information gathering out of stream hours, and then put a video together.
My ultimate ability is charging.
Where does it hurt? Namaste.
Enemy
Objective A captured. Commence attack on objective.
Teleporter online. We move swiftly.
My EMP is charging.
Nice.
My ultimate ability is charging.
Please move behind the battle.
Reality bending to my will. My servants will never die.
Come on. You just walked in, basically. Nice, nice, nice.
Victory.
If you want, Sticky Dog, I could send you a link to the document, and then you could see if you could provide some data for it if you want. Help me with that aspect of it. I've been Max has been helping me a lot on the data gathering side of things. So if you can take a look at it, see what blanks you can fill in, that'd be helpful. Did you see the document? But yeah, anything you can do to help would be great. One of the things I've had a hard time finding is footage of grouped competitive Lucio Ball with the XP values intact. A lot of the time people will leave those matches before it goes to the XP part and then queue again. So it's not only difficult to find single queue competitive Lucio Ball games, but grouped ones are even harder to come by. One thing I've considered doing is going back to 2017 and getting the information from my streams, because I did do competitive Lucio Ball in groups in 2017. I I've tried to pull data from 2018 as much as possible because that's likely to be more accurate. Although there's a chance it's exactly the same, so
Attackers incoming.
guess we'll find out.
Last minute check. Everyone squared away?
Are you on the Europe region, J Hunter? You'll need to be on the Europe region if you want to join me. Friends lists are separate between regions, so if you're on the Americas or Asian region, you won't see my friend request.
Attackers incoming. Defend objective A.
Hey there, Mark. Almost 2 months, eh? There we go. Don't worry about it, Mark. It's up to you what you do with your time. I'm happy that you you consider me as part of something you want to do, you know? In terms of watching. I'm happy that you decide to take time out of your day to spend time here. That's what I'm trying to say. J Hunter, there you are. So yeah, I can invite you once a spot opens up. Have you entered the queue? Just do join and then J Hunter. Exclamation mark join and then J Hunter. And I should be able to invite you once there's a spot. Yeah, so the 3 spots that are missing in competitive are for grouped comp. So if you can do some grouped comp and record the XP screens, then that would be great, because I need some grouped comp for comparison with ungrouped comp. Ah, that wasn't far enough. So any spaces you see, I need clips for, basically. And I'd like a variety on each of the modes of grouped and non-grouped, just for easy comparison. It's entirely possible to get all non-grouped and then just do the sum, but it's safer to get examples of both. Yeah, that's right, Stick Dog. So just the end screens. What I tend to do is start recording with 20 seconds left on the countdown clock and record up to about 9 seconds left. And that captures the whole of the XP track with all the bonuses. Just put the clips in there. If you want to extract the data, you can do. You don't have to do that though. It's easy enough for me to go through them and extract all the data from. Do group if there aren't any group ones on the modes that needs the clips. If it's got some group in there already, feel free to solo them. And if they're event ones, you'll have to find the footage somewhere else, like on my streams, or just somewhere on YouTube, or on Twitch if someone's playing those game modes. Some of the comp ones I got directly from Twitch. I just found someone who was streaming comp and sticking around for the XP screens and recorded a load of those. Actually, the grouped comp, that was what I was doing. I've already got 3 clips with grouped comp. I just haven't done anything with them yet. So don't worry about that one. I should be able to fill that in myself. Yeah, these three. Yeah. Comp 1. Comp 2. Comp 3. Alright.
Traveling to Volskaya Industries. Prepare to attack.
Wonder if I did log in with Facebook. Least played hero. That would be Diva. With 100 hours. Well, let's do all modes actually. But Diva has the same time as Zarya, Widowmaker, Sombra, Ashe, Reinhardt, Winston, Anna, Soldier, Pharah, May, Symmetra. All of those. So, it doesn't really mean much. 27 hours left on
If
Orisa.
everyone performs their function, victory is assured.
Attack commences in 30 seconds.
Yep, it's deliberately so. I like things nice and neat.
ازيك؟
Yeah, that's fine.
4, 3, 2, 1. Attack commencing. Capture objective A.
Stay close to me and I will protect you.
But I call my beard nice and neat. It's large. I try to keep it a little. I trim the edges of it around here. Here. A little bit. Just to keep it at least somewhat manageable. The rest is just left to its own devices. But this bit here, around here, and here, I trim because it gets a bit sort of messy if I leave it. I've got a little sort of curved comb which I can use as a guide, so when I shave, I don't accidentally shave too much. Oh.
No one can hide from the hunters.
I'm still
Objective A captured. Commence attack on objective B.
Let me just put these links in. There we go. Alright, comp is now complete.
Walk it off.
Complete.
Nanoboost is ready. Get in there and I'll hit you. Hello.
You can feel free to do some mystery deathmatch and see if the XP is any different, but I'm assuming it's not, which is why I've left it out. If you test it and it's different, then let me know and I'll add it. But I don't think it'll be any different. There are only so many modes.
system restart
Some of them are basically identical as others, and free-for-all is free-for-all, whether you're playing the same hero or lots of different heroes, one would think.
I am the dragon becomes me.
Tactical visor activated. I can do this with my eyes closed.
For your safety.
I am claiming the objective.
Yeah, do some matches, compare the XP directly between that mode and the FFA deathmatch already there, and then if the XP per second and the bonuses are identical based on the times you get, then we don't need to add it. And at most I'll just add the label on there to say free-for-all deathmatch or mystery deathmatch, basically, because it's the same thing.
Play of the game.
I don't believe it does. I don't believe it matters whether you come first, anywhere from first to 8th. I haven't done the complete analysis yet, but it doesn't appear to make any difference. That was my experience when doing it for all modes. It didn't really matter. So, I believe it matters more in custom games. Not sure though. Custom games is something I want to do a separate video on because it's very complicated. It'll involve doing a lot of different matches and a lot of different variants to try and figure out what the best configurations are. I've calculated that I'll need over 200 different matches to test every variable, because there's number of players, team balance, so how many players on each team, and there's also the difference between regular game modes and like free-for-all game modes. So there's plenty of stuff to test on that, and that would be an entirely new video because it's a lot more complicated. Yeah, in the endorse screen you can just scroll down, scroll up just to change teams, or click the arrows, but scroll wheel is much easier, I find.
Executing pre-combat routine. Optimizing strategy.
I read you.
Attackers incoming in 30 seconds.
A disciplined mind is your most dependable ally. Hello. Hello.
Greetings.
Greetings.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attackers incoming.
Moving.
Defend objective A.
You okay there, Torbjorn? What the fuck? No.
Archiving combat data.
My portrait will look exactly like this one forever until Blizzard add another one. It is the maximum portrait. Any level above, any level at or above level 2991 will be this portrait. Any level. There are only 5 portraits in the game right now. Bronze, silver, gold, plat and diamond. And anything above, any level above what you receive max diamond at, you just don't get anything extra. It's something Blizzard are aware of, and have said they don't like people running out of content, basically, including like leveling portraits. So it's something they do want to address periodically, just adding another portrait every now and then. Diamond was added with Ash. One thing they could do is add 1 portrait with each hero they release. That would be alright. I'd still outpace it, but at least I get a new portrait every 4 months. If they did that for a year, added 3 portraits in 1 year, then most players would have quite a lot of leveling progress to make. Most heroes will. Heroes? Players. Heroes. But yeah. At the moment my level makes it so I'm 8 borders worth of levels ahead. If they added 8 borders to the game right now, I'd be on the 13th border with, what, 4 stars? Yeah. Border 13, 4 stars would be my current border if they kept up. Do I have space for you yet, J Hunter? I do not. Don't worry, once the space opens up, you can get in. Ow. Alternatively, if you have enough tree bits, you could buy a priority pass, and if you don't have enough tree bits, you could always donate to get some, and then buy a priority pass, and then you get in the group straight away. But that's only if you want to. If you don't feel like waiting, that is an option for you. Or someone in chat could, you know, buy a priority pass for you. That's always an option too. Die! UFO! UFO! You know, I'm shooting UFOs. Two bullets.
My thanks. My trailer.
Let's give this car a nice decal. Hold on. I'm trying to center this properly, okay? Leave me alone. No!
I am not ready to be deactivated.
Up. Lazy bums. Ow. I think it wouldn't be too hard to change the system in such a way where it shows the full level on this number here in these menus, like this menu up here and in the career profile. It wouldn't be too hard to just extend that a little bit and put the full number in there. You could leave the in-game, you know, portrait the way it is with the shorter number. But it'd be nice to have the full number somewhere so you can actually see it in game rather than having to look on playerwatch.com website to find out the full number, or some other website that uses that data, like Overbuff or Overwatch Tracker or Monster Overwatch or something like that. How does that XP break down though, Sticky Dog? Did you do a recording of it to see what each of the bonuses was? And how long was the match and all that stuff? Yeah. So, if you're gonna do one, make sure to record the end screen. So you'll need to start recording around halfway through the play of the game, or near the end of it, just to make sure you get the end screen, because it will turn up immediately after the play of the game. There are no cards. So, and then sort of compare the two XP amounts and see if they're the same or whether they're different. So get the number of seconds the match lasted, divide it by the amount of, divide the amount of time XP you got by the length of the game in seconds. Compare that to the same in regular free-for-all and see if those two match up. Those should match up if they're the same. Also, the end of game bonuses, take a look at those and see if those are the same. They should be too. There may be a very small variance in the XP per second because of rounding. So don't worry about a small variance. It should be around about the same. Do you have OBS? Yeah, you do. Yeah, you can use that. I just have like a game-only scene where it just records the game itself. We're gonna try and see if Mystery Deathmatch is any different to just normal free-for-all deathmatch. I suspect not, but it's worth checking. Priority pairs. Alright, I'll see if that's necessary. I do need to do a quick BRB. Because I need to use the bathroom. But when I'm back, if everyone's still in the group by then, I'll sort it out so that Jay Hunter can join. That's what we've done. Okay, so I'll be right back in about 5 minutes. It's me. I'm big. What's up, kitty cat? Yeah, kitty. A kitty cat. Kitty. Yeah. Yeah, the name for the tracks are bottom left over there. Nitro Fan and Hyper Potions Checkpoint. The name of the song. Oh, Checkpoint is the name. Nitro Fan and Hyper Potions are the two artists that collabed to make it. All right, kitty. Yeah. Kitty cat. All right, so let's see. I've only got one hand right now to use. Look at kitty cat. Hello. What do you want? Let's see. Kitty cat, yeah. It's Jenny. Don't know where the big guy is, but he's here. What? Yeah. Alrighty, so I need a space in the group. Okay, now we have a space. J Hunter gets an invite. Image on the bottom of my cap. It's Tracer. Bit upside down there. If I flipped my, there we go. It's Tracer. See? Got her face there now, holding a gun. That's kitty cat. There you go. Alright. I'm upside down and not at the same time. There we go. Okay. Let's go. It was first win of the day. Whoops. You can take that away there, because it'll show you each individual bonus you get as it goes past, as the XP bar fills up. So you can basically just do the calculation. It'll give you the total at the bottom below the bar and each individual bonus as it goes past. It'd be nice if it just displayed them all at once, but it doesn't do that. Here's the thing, Sticky Dog. You've done a lot for me lately. You really have. You've been very useful. And I was gonna wait.
I couldn't have done it alone.
Unlucky month lol.
Oh, Maximum, thank you for the 13 months in a row. Subs, thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Your continued support is it's very good. It means a lot to me, thank you. I'm gonna go ahead and give you mod, Sticky Dog, if you want it. You've done enough for me. If you want mod, let me know. And you got it. No real you're not sticky dog. I'm sticky dog. No, I'm sticky dog.
Commence attack on objective B.
There we go. You are now mod. Unfortunately, you are no longer VIP because you can have only one or the other. So you've exchanged your pink diamond with a green sword. Bear in mind, I hold mod meetings on Sundays at 1 PM UK time. That's an hour before my Sunday stream. So if you can attend that, that would be good. Yeah, the group's full. If you wish to join, please join the queue. Can't make it this week? Okay.
Play of the game.
One PM GMT, 1 hour before my stream. Every week. Last week it didn't happen because no one was there. Just no one, not even me. I had a nap. Maximum wasn't there. Max Lerner wasn't there. No one else was there. But we'll see. You'll be in a hotel midway through a road trip. Okay. Yeah, we were both asleep. I might shift the time if it proves to be not a very good time for anyone. Need to figure out what a better time is there. I figured weekend would be quite a good time, but apparently not. Might be better to hold it after a stream on a certain day. We'll need to discuss it.
Welcome to Rialto. Prepare to attack. Select your hero.
Your safety is my primary concern.
Not ovary one, every.
Attack commences in 30 seconds.
Standing around while there's work to be done. want to rouse the dragon.
Your last character died. Oh, rip.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attack commencing.
Mod commands.
I'm escorting the payload.
Yeah, probably something I should sort out at some point. But you've been here long enough to know what the general commands are that mods use, right? So increasing my level when I forget. Changing the title if it needs to be. Which reminds me, today is a special day for me. Today is the day that I turn, or have turned, 1 billion seconds old. I think that was about 2 in the morning this morning. I turned 1 billion seconds old. It is a nerdy fact, yeah. Alright. Good. Oh, it's Sunday for you, Maximum, I suppose. Are you going away until then, are you? Next Saturday? Oh yeah, I do need to give that to you, don't I? Sticky dog.
Still have a job to do.
Sticky dog. There we go. You should have access to the Tender's hut and the Grove Tender's voice channel. Oh. If you want to do the Final Fantasy 15 thing, focus entirely on leveling up your, like, headquarters or castle or whatever it's called. Just focus entirely on the stuff you need to do for that and work on that. You'll do it within a few days if you do it that way. If you keep following the quests they give you, it'll take forever. So just ignore that and just go directly for the stuff you need to upgrade the main building. I did it in 3 days, I think, when it gives you 30. So, really not a problem. Do you see the chat history, Sticky Dog? You should do it. Yeah. Yeah, Citadel, that's the one. But yeah, I just focused entirely on leveling that thing up. And the game gives you enough resources to keep it going, pretty much. Be sure to check your gifts regularly, and because you get a lot of free resources. And it's enough to get you all the way there. I don't think I ever had to wait for resources to accumulate from my collective I think at one point I did buy a ton of, what was it, farms or something. I leveled them all up to like level 7 or 8, just to get extra food income. I think that was all I needed to do there. Was it food or was it wood? One of those. I don't remember. Might be confusing with a different game. I don't know. I played a lot of those, just with different themes. So, I don't know.
My ultimate is ready.
Also, if you see chat history, Sticky Dog, you should be able to find the previous mod meeting recordings in there too. So, if you want to, you can go through those, just see what kind of things you talk about and stuff like that. Alright, good night, Maximum. Enjoy your time away.
I am not ready to be deactivated.
Keep pushing forward.
Routing navigation system to defend.
My blade is ready to be unleashed.
Where's the payload over there? Die. Oh no.
Analyzing previous combat performance.
Looks the same. That's what I thought.
The payload stopped. Has it malfunctioned?
Ahlan.
No.
Archiving combat data.
Let's go.
Healing enough.
Down.
60 seconds remaining.
I still have a job to do.
Ahlan.
Nano is ready to deploy. Team, 30 seconds remaining.
Yeah, did it.
Victory.
Ah.
Play of the game.
Neat.
Triple kill. Quadruple kill. Quintuple kill.
Alright, cool.
Welcome to reality. Prepare your defenses.
Orisa!
Your safety is my primary concern.
It's a warm-up game for them.
Order will be.
Attackers incoming in 30 seconds.
Eva in the flesh. Woo! Can I get your autograph?
Oh, me doesn't get your
Stream helping
I
list.
love your new album.
Yeah, maybe it was stone. Might be in a ton of quarries. I don't know. Check your inventory though. You might have a load of chests with free stuff in.
Teleporter online.
Alternatively, you can
One.
look through the main map for a quarry there. I don't know. I never bothered with troops. I think I only built one troop ever in that game. So, yeah, I don't know. I think you need a lot of troops to get a lot of resources, and they cost food upkeep. So, yeah, just look for free stuff in your inventory and use that. Ooh, nice boop. I'll be play. Environmental kills are worth double, usually. Or, you know, at least more than one kill. I don't know if they're as much as double, but they're pretty valuable for the play of the game system.
This is my jam.
Teleporter online. I have opened the shop.
Oh, yeah! Baited.
Teleporter online.
Why are you over there? I need my pulley thing. Give me my pulley thing. Yeah, Reaper died again. Ah, oh, too far away. No. Oh, I killed him anyway. No! It's much more efficient, Caro, if you want a ton of stone to buy to build a ton of quarries. Just build as many as you can and level them up evenly. So level them up to like 5, 6 or 7 or something like that. Use as many of those free speed ups as you can to build as many as you can as fast as you can. That should get you a ton of stone. And then you won't have to worry about it. Yeah, it's just something I like to do. You know, statistical analysis is enjoyable for me. I like the stats and the graphs and all that kind of stuff. I made that for my own tracking purposes, but I figured I'd link that as well for other people that wanted to look at that information.
For your safety, please move behind the barrier. Greetings.
60 seconds remaining.
Barrier activated.
Ow.
Installing update.
Well, rip. They got the first checkpoint. One thing I didn't do, which I kind of wish I had, is tracked my competition from the start rather than like a few months in. Because I only started tracking that in March, but I started the whole document at the end of December 2016, right? And then ended up starting tracking my competition in March 2017. If I'd tracked it from the beginning, I would have had a better idea of that, like my progress versus like Sylphie, for example, who was the highest level before me on PC. So I'd like to have more of that competition in the document. There is a way I could retrospectively put her data in, because there are the occasional posts like on Reddit from her that had her level in, so I might be able to reconstruct the data at least in part. I don't think it's that worth it. I know that when Plat Border came out in January, she was maybe 2100 something, and I just got my gold border, so we were about 900 levels difference then. And then around about 6 months later, I overtook her level. So I was gaining on her about 100 to 150 levels per month.
Into the unknown.
Which is pretty good.
I still have a job to do.
This would help.
For your safety,
Around a month after I got highest level on PC, I was made redundant from my job. So I was out of employment for a few months, which did help the leveling somewhat. So I think I got a job again at the end of November, I think it was. But they did give me a nice redundancy package, so I could survive on the money they gave me when they let me go.
Walk it off.
Smurf. I'm definitely not short and blue, if that's what you're asking. If you look at the comparison graph on that third tab, the level difference over time, his curve has slowed down in the recent months, and at the moment it's been fairly flat. So I'm curious to see whether Day does end up catching up with me, or whether he's sort of slowing down to the point where I could start gaining levels on him again. I'm not sure. But it is looking like it's peaking out recently. Day is, from my research, someone who lives in Taiwan, I think, or Thailand. One of those two. I forget which. I think it's Thailand. And from what I can see, he's a freelance artist. So he'll do like artistic stuff at home while he plays Overwatch, I guess. So there's a lot of free time to do it. But it definitely looks like his level is sort of peaking, and it might start going down in terms of level difference over time, or just flatten out entirely, I don't know. Or it might just be a lull and then he'll go back to leveling lots again. I guess we'll find out.
I'll be busy soon enough.
Attack commences in 30 seconds.
He's my only real threat right now. And he could be leveling off in terms of pace. I don't think mods can look in the queue, but you can clear the queue and open or close the queue as well. If you want, you can take a look at the Streamlabs chatbot manual to see what mods can do. I think I can add you into a list that will allow you to do stuff like that. I'll have to look into that though. Sticky. Because I can make you what's called an editor. Which will allow you to do stuff like that. There we go. That basically gives you mod access to the bot as well, so you can do more moddy commands.
Heroes never die.
A full month of, say, 16-hour days. Let's say it's a long month, so 31 days. Times by 16 hours. That's 496 hours. Let's round it up to 500 hours, right? 500 hours. At the moment, it takes around an hour 20 to earn a level if you're doing everything right. So we times that by. We times it by 60. That gets minutes. Divide that by 80. And that gives you levels. 375 levels. You could earn in a month doing it 60 nowadays.
Rebooting.
At the moment I'm doing around 250 per month myself, maybe a little bit more. So that would mean you'd catch up with me 125 levels per month. If you started from scratch, from level 1, it would take 61 months to catch up with my level, which is 5 years, essentially. That's if my pace remains about 250 per month for the entire 5 years. And if, you know, the person who was trying to catch me up with 375 levels a month kept that pace for 5 years. Right?
Payload has stalled.
Alternatively, if someone was already half of the way there, it would take half the amount of time, right? So... well, Silver Border is level 601. So 601 times by 80 minutes, and then divide that by 60 minutes, and then that's 801 hours. So let's say 800 hours, right? 800 hours, then divide that by 24 to get days. That's a month, approximately. We divide that by 16 to get 60 nowadays. That's 50 days.
60 seconds remaining.
If you did 12 hours a day, that would be about a month, 2 months and a week. But it wouldn't be too difficult if you did a lot of hours. If you did sort of 9-10 hours a day, that would take approximately 3 months.
Thank you.
30 seconds remaining.
What time we had is
Payload
fading.
stopped. Has it been function? For your own safety, get behind the barrier. Engaging fortification.
Triple kill.
Analyzing previous combat performance.
Oh, an inv. I'm sure an inv is possible. Yes. Let's see. There you are.
Play of the game. Triple kill.
Two more. There we go. What's up, Caro? What's frustrating you? Oops. If I do this and then remove the interface, can I do that? Okay. Okay.
Attention, ça va péter!
So you can kind of see the head here. It's on this version of this map. It's a side view. It is possible to see different, better versions of it there. Not all of them are.
Traveling to Hanamura. Prepare to attack. Select your hero.
Pentakill. Fanny Basher. No, I don't think so, mate.
Your safety is my primary concern.
With Hanzo intro, you can see it. There are quite a few different heroes you can see it with. Yeah. The Vanishing Act highlight intro for Moira is good for it. You get a nice front view with it. He could be just bash some fanny packs. That's not what it says though, does it?
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attack commence.
It's not a word that's used much these days. At least not in the UK.
Hello there.
It's a rather old-fashioned word here. I reported him for bad battle tag because his name is sexually suggestive in a way that Blizz don't tend to like.
Analyzing previous combat performance.
Competitive can give consecutive match bonus. I've seen it happen. But you have to wait till the very, very end for it to wait for you to kick back to main menu and then you queue again. That might have changed though. I don't know whether that's still the case.
Objective A captured. Commence attack on objective B.
Teleporter online. I have opened the door.
Where does the path start? Whoop. Bastion, why? Why you do this? I was supposed to continue working on the other side. It's not only the amount of XP you get at the end of the match, it's the amount of time the match itself takes as well. That matters a lot when it comes to XP per hour. And with competitive, it stops and starts a lot between rounds.
I must rejoin my team.
it's not a consistent XP stream until the end, like other game modes are.
Hello there.
Do your comp recordings, Max, have the time in the top right? So we can see approximately how long between each XP amount you got. Assuming they're all in the same session, I guess. And you didn't take breaks in between.
Play of the game.
That way we can tell approximately how long between each XP amount you got and approximately how much XP per hour you were earning during those comp games. All except the first? Okay. Gold objective time.
Traveling to Hanamura.
I think it's irrelevant.
Your safety is my primary concern.
What the sexual orientation of a fictional character is pretty irrelevant unless it has direct effects on their story, in terms of if the story actually affects the game, or their gameplay if it's just a gameplay oriented game. In this case, it has absolutely no impact whatsoever in games, so it's irrelevant. Doesn't matter.
Your safety is my primary concern.
Only a 15-inch screen. It means its battery will last longer than if it had a bigger screen, though. And battery life definitely matters, especially on a gaming machine.
Attackers incoming.
That's something to consider. You need to end the match with a gold medal in order to get the gold medal XP. You'll get the XP for the medal, the highest medal you have at the end of the game.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attackers incoming.
Please move behind the back.
Objective A.
Masculinity has nothing to do with sexual orientation. You don't have to be effeminate to be homosexual. You're a man. You can be the manliest man there is and still like other men. The opposite is also true. You could be the most effeminate man in existence and not like men at all. Be the straightest person at the same time. You know? Personality and sexuality are not like not linked directly. They can be entirely independent of each other. Some people make their sexuality part of their personality, but it's not necessary.
I still have a job to do.
No, they aren't making characters gay just for the sake of it.
For your own safety, get behind the barrier.
Different people have different sexualities. Think about it. They've told us about straight characters quite a bit, and no one's said anything about that. No one's, you know, made a fuss about all the straight characters in Overwatch. We know about a lot of straight characters, but no one's made a fuss about any of them. And then suddenly there's an extra gay character in the game, and everyone's up in a getting their knickers in a twist. I don't get it. What about all the straight characters? Aren't you going to mention those? Everyone has a sexuality. Some of them are not known yet. Some of them are.
Hello.
And it really doesn't matter. This is a silly place.
Weapon system optimized.
Here he comes. Enemies here.
Yeah. And they have said in the past there are more LGBT characters. They just haven't told us which ones they are, you know?
Behind the barrier.
And it's perfectly normal for the occasional person not to be straight. There's nothing unusual about that. If they made every single character in Overwatch not straight, then that would be pushing a political agenda. Right? That would be unusual and that would be noteworthy. But the fact that 2 characters so far out of 29 are not straight is not a problem in any way.
Heroes never die.
You're powered up. Get in there.
That's less than 10%.
I must rejoin my team. Please move behind the barrier.
Teleporter online. I have opened.
For your own safety, get behind the barrier.
Get behind the barrier.
I need to recharge.
Teleporter online. We move.
For your safety, please move behind the barrier.
Yeah, it really is
Barrier activated.
completely irrelevant, really. Because in the end, sexuality only applies to the person, to that one person, and whoever they choose to associate with in that way. To everyone else, it's completely irrelevant. And when it's a fictional character, it affects literally nobody. Oh, it should affect literally nobody.
Are you chicken?
Because it's only fictional, it doesn't actually exist. Change Snowball's expression. Oh, I didn't notice that one. Wow, that was cool. Hey there, Tess. Battery. The back one.
Have you seen my aardvark?
Am I missing one?
Play of the game.
No, it's not the back one, that's why. I had two in my hand. Oh, in my grip, should I say. It's not inside my hand. That would be weird. You gonna go? Alrighty. Looks like the group's emptying out. Plenty of space now. You're starting your shift in 3.5 hours. Oh, so plenty of time to play if you want to, then. Kara's in-game name is Len.
Select your hero.
Yeah, that'd be helpful if you could do that. Get those 3v3s down and maybe capture the flag. Are those still in there? They should be. Hey, Malsha.
Your safety is my prime. For optimal chance of survival, stay in range of my barriers.
What's up, Kara?
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Round 1. Capture the objective.
A story about my uncle? I don't know what that is. Is that another walking simulator? Sounds like it. Oh no! What you been up to lately, Malsha? Just working? Hardcore game. Okay. Anyone wants to check that link out, see if it's a game for you. It's free for right now. Grab it while stocks last. It's a digital product, stocks are infinite. But it's a time limited thing, so worth grabbing while you can. An earlier shift. Okay.
I am not ready to be deactivated.
You still enjoying working there? Osha? For another hour. Oh. Good. So it's good to enjoy your work. It makes it easier to earn that money. One thing occurred to me is the couple new capture the flag achievements I won't be able to earn until Hero 30 is out, since I've run out of arcade time for every hero essentially. For now at least anyway. Hey Kami, I forgot what your name was in English. No, I don't remember, sorry.
Barrier activated. Engaging fortification.
I'm fortified, you can't stand me. But it's not Overwatch, Caro. Ooh, nice. I've been playing a game called Colouring Pixels in my off time, although that can be done alongside Overwatch because it's just it's basically a paint by numbers game. With relaxing music. Just lots of colouring, basically. It's relaxing stuff. How far am I in? I'm on book 2. I've gotten probably about 2/3 of them done at this point. I'll probably get the DLC at some point as well. Complete all those. I started playing it, what, Thursday, maybe? I think so.
I haven't even started.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Round 2. Capture the objective.
I thought I'd check it out because you seem to play it a lot. And then I looked into it and saw it was free and I was like, oh okay, it's free, might as well. If it's free. Free is my favourite prize. Oops. First, second, third, and the bonus, and only have 2 more for the RPG. What about the DLC ones? Are you gonna get those or no? Hey, that didn't go far enough. Rip. Should have waited a bit. Aww. You already have them? Neat. Basically, you're given, in terms of actual paint by numbers, you're given like a blank, it's like a completely white drawing with little, little shapes with numbers in them, and then you've got numbered colours. So then you colour in each shape with a number in it with its corresponding numbered colour, and then eventually you'll end up with a completed painting, basically. So it's directed colouring rather than freeform colouring, essentially. But it'll end up looking like a regular painting at the end of something in particular, because all the shapes interlock, because it just basically groups each shape as a certain colour on the painting. There'll be, in terms of colouring pixels, it's just a grid, and each pixel essentially is numbered, so then you just colour in the pixels and then you've got an image at the end. Finished all of Halloween. Okay. But real life paint by numbers will come with the. Usually it will come with several different pictures that all use the same color palette, and then a set number of colors to use for all of them. That way it's better value. So you usually get like a book of images that use some or all of the colors you're given, and then you can work through them. Or you can get just a colouring book, and then you provide your own colouring tools. Paint by numbers bought in a shop will come with the paintbrush and the paints used for all of the drawings. That's an entire package. I had something similar when I was a kid. It was kind of like paint by number, but instead of painting, they were little pieces of coloured felt that I stuck on. I've still got that somewhere. I don't remember where it is though. Might still be on my wall in my bedroom. Yeah, you can join again, Jay Hunter. I've got plenty of space now. Right out.
Round 2 lost.
Gotcha.
Score 1-1.
I thought I'd take it down. You're more than serious.
Hello.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Round 3. Capture the objective.
Achievement hunting. Good game for achievements. Yeah, you do get an achievement for completing each image, I suppose. Are there any other achievements? Haven't looked into it. Are there achievements for completing them in a certain amount of time? Like speed running them? No. Dot by number.
Heroes never die.
I've known that as join the dots, I think. Unless you mean just dots of colours making up an image.
You're not getting away.
Get here.
Greetings.
Nerf this.
Owie. One thing I disliked about those kind of puzzles as a kid is the spot the difference ones, where each image was slightly different than the other one, but not intentionally, in a way that it was printed differently, but those weren't the differences that they were looking for. So I tended, a lot of the time I tended to end up with a lot more differences than they wanted me to find. So I really wasn't sure when I was done and when I wasn't. Kind of annoying.
Initiating objective. Barrier activated.
It's almost as if some of them were drawn twice instead of drawn once and then duplicated. Essentially. Mini panic attack. You're okay now though, right? So how's that all going, the tongue ring thing?
I am not ready to be deactivated.
Too much caffeine, yeah. I just banned myself from caffeine. Makes things simple. Pretty much all healed up. Let's get it. Because there is an inherent amount of risk when doing stuff like that. You have to be really careful with it. Been about 4 weeks already? Wow. Time really does fly, doesn't it?
I still have a job to do. This will be your shield.
Nerf this!
Good evening. Hey, why are you so angry? Oh no. That tattoo shop was lying, in what way? Oh, right, yeah, what Pure said. 3 to 4 weeks, yeah.
Play of the game.
It will vary between person to person. And circumstance to circumstance, depending on, you know, what people are doing exactly. I suppose. Yeah. Oh yeah, I did pretty well that game. Yeah, there's only so much you can stop yourself doing when you're sleeping, I suppose. Orisa's already won more games than Tracer and McCree, and I'm still like, what, 25 hours away from completing it? So that's quite interesting. Okay, that's not too far down with Orisa. We got Ryan right next to her. Battle limbs. Basically the same as Ryan again. Deaths. Next to Ryan again. Final players. Oh, that one's not next to Ryan at all. That's really far away. Objective time. This one will be interesting, yeah. So better objective time than Rhine. But not by a huge amount. Only 11 seconds.
Your safety is my primary concern.
Did I have some frame drops? Oh, a little bit. Yeah, it looks like I had 667 frames drop, which is about 11 seconds worth. Not sure what was up with that. It might have been a ramp up and then a ramp down, I suppose. But it might have been over a slightly longer period than that. The worst of it was, you know, 4 seconds of that.
I must rejoin the team.
Looks, everything looks fine there, from what I can see. Oh, I need to do that.
Level up.
Ow. I did download Flux recently because I thought it'd be a good idea to at least try and make it easier for my body to sleep properly at night. Even if I can't directly influence it, I might be able to indirectly influence it at least a little bit. With a bit of modification to the light settings in the evening on my PC. Any news on the next hero? I think the latest is it's really moving along well now. I think the biggest news right now about Hero 30 is they've made the model now. The model of the new hero is now finalized.
Best round. Gale the Mahal. Score 0-1.
The true struggle is for the superiority of ideas.
No. What Jeff said was Hero 30 is playable. Playable does not mean done. Playable means they've got a working model of how the hero plays. Doesn't mean the art's done, it just means their mechanics are pretty much sorted, right? It doesn't mean balance is done either, it just means they know what they want the hero to do and how they want the hero to play. So that's what they meant by playable. Hey Asaya. How's your day been so far? Yeah, the mechanics are the most important part, that's right. Soul Dynasty fan stream. It does have the same kind of colour schemes, I suppose. The I suppose if it was black instead of white in those areas, then it would be even better. But, yeah. The Anna Away skin was just masking Golem. gun model. Yeah, I suppose. Oh yeah.
I am taking the objective.
I must join the team.
Do something!
Oh no, oh no, oh no, my shield ran out. It was on cooldown. Hi Babam, good to see ya. How you doing? How's your day been so far?
Installing updates.
Studying. Anything exciting or no? Anything interesting? Or just necessary studying?
Get into position.
Please move behind the barrier. Greetings.
Not yet.
Uh-oh. Ah! Greetings.
Please move behind the barrier.
I'm now on this side. Statistics. Oh, I'd find that interesting. But it's not for everybody, I suppose. It's not real math. Depends on how deep you go, I suppose. Oh no. It's... Well, the course you took probably wasn't very advanced, Marsha, that's probably why. But you can go really in-depth with stats. As in-depth as you want, pretty much.
Play of the game.
Okay. It was a joke. Probably not a very funny joke either. Just a sort of... kind of joke. And you're Joni. Oh, thanks. Alright. Gave you a right giggle. Yes. Ilias! What we got first? Ruins. Okay, that means... Well is next, I believe, after Ruins. And then Lighthouse. Because it goes Well, Lighthouse, Ruins, I believe is the order. And then round and round, essentially. Burned your tongue on a potato last night. I bet the potato ended up worse than you, though. Stereotypical Asian. Eh. there is something to be said for. Oh, damn it! That was so close. Epigenetics, I suppose. I wonder if epigenetics has anything to do with preferred topics of study or whatnot. Possibly. Probably has something to do with brain structure in terms of physical features that allow for easier acclimation of those kind of subjects. Possibly. There is an actual medical condition, well, it's a neurological condition really, that causes numbers to be very, very difficult for some people, called
I must rejoin my team.
I forget what it's called, but yeah, it's basically dyslexia with numbers. What's the name of that? Dyscalculia, that's the one. Dyscalculia. Now, some people who really struggle with mathematics have dyscalculia. Others have just not been taught it correctly. Everyone learns stuff differently. Some people like to... You get different types of learners, right? Kinesthetic. All those types. I forget the other names. People who like to do, people who like to read, people who like to see it happening. So it's all how it's all about teaching people the way they learn the best. Most people are very adaptable though. They can learn stuff in any given way. It's just they tend to learn stuff better their way, right? Yeah, dyslexia doesn't help. Not by any means.
Updates installed.
The only Pokenic. Greetings, greetings. You having a good day so far? Yeah.
No one can hide.
Analyzing previous combat performance.
Yeah. Hopefully at some point in the future, hopefully in the not too distant future, dyslexia is one of the many things we'll just be able to cure. Because brain science is coming along quite nicely, especially recently. We'll be able to cure things like dyslexia, dyspraxia, dyscalculia. In addition to things like depression, autism, and even fix people who seem to have a non-functional conscience. The type of people that do terrible, terrible things and don't seem to be bothered by it. We'll be able to fix those people too. Did you have any
Meteor strike.
Installing updates.
any special ed in school, Molsha? Or no? So basically a helper to help you study.
Score 0-1.
Yeah, that sucks. I know with the English school system, if you're diagnosed with dyslexia, you get special lessons specifically designed to help you study, working around your dyslexia to try to help you keep pace with everyone else, which is needed. For any kids with dyslexia, they need extra help. Full stop. They can't keep pace with everyone else by themselves.
For your own safety, get behind the barrier.
Yeah, that sucks, Malsha. Basically, it shouldn't be up to the person who has it to raise awareness about it, right? It should be up to the people who are in charge of the education to know about that stuff and be on the lookout for it in order to make sure that people they're teaching have the best chance of learning. So your teachers at school should have been very well educated about dyslexia, autism, all that kind of stuff, and known what to look for. Because a lot of people with dyslexia are accused of laziness in terms of studying and learning and all that stuff, when in fact they're just struggling really hard. And it's not fair on them for the teachers to be ignorant of those kind of neurological conditions. Hey, no. Ah! Targeted. That was a solo ult from across the point. Definitely.
Installing updates.
My best friend has dyslexia and dyspraxia, and he really struggles with some things, but he has help with anything he needs, which is lucky. Well, it's necessary, really. He's ended up with a really good job, earning quite a bit of money in programming. So he's landed on his feet, and he's managed to not let his disabilities get in his way too much. Sure, they cause him hindrances, but he powers through it, you know. He also suffers from depression as well, but he's worked through that too. He's really just an amazing person. He does struggle a lot, but he works through it all.
Peace be upon you.
Score 1-1.
I can't wait to get into the fight.
Capture the objective.
Depression is not something you can just get better. with depression is a lifelong condition. However, it's something you can learn to manage. It'll always be there though. And it's something you have to actively fight and keep fighting. And how to fight it is a skill people with depression need to learn in order to get on top of it. And it's something anyone with depression can learn. Some people have it worse than others though, and it takes a lot more effort, but it can work for anybody. There is a lot of that, Malsha, yeah. Depression isn't fully understood by a lot of people. People see being sad as depression a lot of the time, and it's not.
Oh, let's break it. Damn!
Mental health in America in general is very undereducated in almost every aspect.
I still have a job to do.
There needs to be a real focus on mental health, especially in things like the police force. The police force need to be educated extensively on mental health, because they need to be the protectors of society, not the antagonizers. And if someone's having a mental problem and they don't understand it properly, they can draw the wrong conclusions and make things a whole lot worse than they need to be. It's a sad state of reality that needs to change.
Installing updates.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Therapy is extremely useful for anyone having any problems related to mental health. Anything. It really does help to talk to a professional. And if professionals are not accessible because of financial situations, talking to anyone that you trust is more helpful than not doing it at all. Keeping your own problems to yourself is never a good idea. It always helps to talk to someone else. Right, I'm gonna take a short break. Yeah. I've managed to self-teach myself a lot of positive mental techniques kind of things. I keep myself educated on that sort of thing, and I try to check myself every now and then. Try to keep on top of anything that might be a problem. But yeah, if I have any issues about anything, I'm always talking to someone about it, because that really does help. Yeah, just saying stuff out loud definitely helps. You're right, Malsha, yeah. Anyway, I'll be right back. I need the bathroom again, so won't be long. Greetings. I have returned. Continuing on this subject, I think a good analogy is this. If you want to look at yourself, it helps to have a mirror. If you want to look inside your brain, it helps to have a mental mirror, i.e. someone else's brain to bounce your mental image off to see it better, right? And that's what talking to someone helps you do, to see your thoughts from the outside, from a different perspective. Sticky Dog made that for me. He's my newest mod. I modded him today. My group is slowly leaking. Anyone want to join? Hey there, Gojira fan. How you doing? I haven't seen you in ages. How have you been? What have you been up to? You can join for one. Feel free to whisper me so I can invite you if you want to join. There's plenty of people in menus. You're gonna play Ash? That's fine. I'm playing Orisa, as you've seen. You wanna join? Yeah. Here's my tag. Feel free to send me an invite. If you've sent me one already, let me know. I am on the Europe region, so you need to be on the Europe region as well to ensure that your group invite is received. On the Europe region, because I am. I removed you? Okay. Okay, cool. Smash Brothers Ultimate. I do not have a Switch. I don't plan to get one either. Malsha. You've used that icon for quite a while now, haven't you, Malsha? That little lucky bag. Lucky sack. Yeah. Is that a friend request? What's your battle tag? What am I looking for? If it hasn't shown up, I might have to send you one if you're already on Europe. Yeah, I've heard good things about Smash Brothers Ultimate. I've heard it's like the best one so far. So that's pretty cool. If you put your full battle tag in chat, I'll send you an invite. Thank you. So it looks like I didn't receive it. Oh, no, that's an at. I keep doing that. But at instead of hash. That looks right. Did I fat finger that or no? I'm not sure. There we go. Alright, one more spot. Anybody extra wants to join before I go in? The, what's it called? The pandas, yeah. It looks like a bit of a depressed panda. High skate. Okay. That makes it a group of 6. Nice. Queue is still open if anyone else wants to join. So feel free to join the queue with !join, a space, and then your battle tag. And that'll put you in the queue to join when there's a spot. Oof. So many more teams to buy skins for. So much money. I'm surprised this is still 2,600 tokens. We got 29 heroes now. What you doing? Halfway to Masters. Nice. Now, by halfway to Masters, do you mean your 1,750? Or do you mean your 3,250? Around 3,200. Okay, so you mean halfway from Diamond to Masters rather than halfway in total, right? Yeah. It's not specifying would suggest halfway from 1 to Masters, right? Yeah, it might not mean anything to me, but it means something to other people, so I might as well be supportive of other people's comp. Because, you know, that's being nice. And it's nice to be nice, you know? Look at all these skins. Look at all these skins. So many skins! 58 skins for May. It's ridiculous. Ridiculous.
Select your hero.
Yeah, I have all of them. I'm not gonna not have all of them on my favourite hero. Come on now. Orisa. What about Orisa? What about Orisa? Oh, Orisa. Oh. Orisa.
Your safety is my primary concern.
May is going to be main, most played main. What? May is going to be main, most played May ever. Yeah, there was a comma that needed to be in there somewhere, but I figured it out. I kind of understand what you're saying now. Hey there, Chucky. How's your day going so far? Done anything exciting? Or is this the most exciting thing you've done today? They don't pay the rent. Or you could say the same thing about letters in general, right? You can use them, but, you know, in the end, they're just concepts, like numbers. They don't actually exist. This is the most exciting thing today. Okay.
I still have a job to do.
Hello.
Erikira. Alright, you'll get the next spot when there is one to have. You stick around. If you leave before you've played, you can leave the queue with exclamation mark leave if you want. It helps, but it's not necessary if you need to do that. But, you know, shouldn't be too long, I would have thought. Alright, see you around, Dan Eagle. Good to have you here with us. Hello. Oh, we're missing a person. Who left? Oh, okay. Oh. Alright, looks like we have a spot already then. I'll send you a request. That works. Looks like they left around the same time that you joined the queue, which is handy. For you, I suppose. Alright, cool. Oops, I missed. I clicked in between the two.
sterben nicht.
No, stop it.
Para reporting.
I am not ready to be deactivated.
Is it time for bongo?
Cease your resistance.
I'm gonna say you. Excuse me, Anna, I worked hard on that. That was rude. Aw.
Installing updates.
No.
System restart initiated.
Is approaching its destination.
Ouch. That's rude. I only got 2 limbs. Whoops.
Play of the game.
Not ideal. It was a fairly short match. 4 minutes. They pushed quite well. I think they only had trouble a little bit at the end there. That was about it. Someone should vote for the Mercy. They all left though, so they're not going to see it. Alright. Alright. Oh, I've leveled up.
Level up.
I know it doesn't look like a level up, but it is. See, level 30. Magic.
Now entering the temple. Prepare yourself.
Adding you to a list.
Select your hero.
I'm not sure what you're referring to. I haven't made a mod command list, if that's what you're talking about. I haven't got one.
Your safety is my primary concern.
Oh, that I made you an editor in the bot, so you can interact with the queue. So you can open it, close it, clear it, and I think you can call it as well. So call the next person on the list. I think so. I'm not sure if you can actually list who's in it. The Streamlabs chatbot manual should specify whether that's possible.
Get behind the barrier.
Right beside you.
What time will you be available tomorrow? Do you know? Or you're not sure?
I must rejoin the team.
You hear that?
Because we can start the meeting a little bit later, if that would help. But not too late, because, you know, I don't want to intersect with the stream itself. We'll probably retreat. McCree doesn't like that idea. It seems.
Archiving combat data.
Alright.
My ultimate is ready.
I've made you an editor, Sticky Dog, so you can interact with the queue. You can open it, close it, clear it, and call the next person on the list. So open, close, clear, and next, I believe, the commands. With, I think it's just exclamation mark Q, then a space, then the argument.
Is they having had enough?
Let's get you healed up.
Angelico, greetings. No, the ads doesn't work. That's not one.
Heroes never die. The battle continues. Eyes on the bad guys.
Barrier activated.
Drop the beat. Oh yeah! Hello. Yeah, let's move it, people.
I think it's Q anyway, I don't remember. Also, do you know when you'll be available tomorrow, Sticky Dog? Ow.
Systems rebooted.
Oh, what was that shield?
Oh, let's break it. Damn!
Okay, Chucky. Have fun with it, whatever it is you're doing.
Thanks.
I must rejoin my team.
And we'll see you again shortly.
You are advised to move behind my back. Damage output increased.
Tuesday. Oh, right, okay. So, you have to stay late at... Wait, tomorrow's Sunday. You have to go to school on Sunday? Stop it, Anna, no!
I'm still new at this.
Saturday's your only day off school. What? That's rude. Okay. Well, if you can, keep me informed. If you're gonna... I could wait a little bit for you if you want. If I need to. And if you can't make it at all until like the beginning of the stream, just let me know and I can just do it without you.
Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Greetings. Left behind the barrier. Weapon system optimized.
Who's in the queue? Okay, already. Go ahead.
Heroes never
Go
die.
away. Let me send a friend request.
60 seconds.
So once I get a spot, I can match. Oh.
It's
No! Ooh, I avoided death there. Nice. 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 Come on, keep it going. Nice. Okay, good. Reaper had done enough. It was time for bed. Yeah, indeed, Sticky Dog. You know how to do that? You got the plus and you got the minus, and then you've just got the number if you want to set it. Die, die, die. Cool.
Excellent.
Alright, cool. Orisa! Yeah. Typing the number is less spam than going plus 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 plus. Although, it's easy for me to do that because I've just got a button that does it for me. Just push it once and it'll level me up once. So I can push it 6 times and level up 6 times, but it spams the chat. Because it's me sending the message and then it's the bot saying, hey, it's updated, and then lots of those all the way down. Yeah, Hero Select really sucks for frames. I don't know why, but my graphics card, and it's not just me, but a lot of people, their GPU maxes out on Hero Select for no reasonable reason. Right. It just has a really hard time on Hero Select, and then it's fine afterwards. So The let's see what it's configured to do.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Play overlap. Yeah, so if I spam the button, it will overlap the voice lines. Yeah.
Primary objectives confirmed. Beginning mission.
Only 25 hours left on Orisa. Yeah, yeah, you're right. Nice. So 90% done with the Orisa quick play time. Hey, no! No, 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 no. What? Oh, you want me to do it?
Previous combat performance.
Level up.
Didn't do it. I think what happened is I pushed it too fast. The start of the voice line is silent, and then it starts after that. So I'd have to do it a bit slower to make it work properly. That's what's happening there.
I must rejoin.
250 in quick play is what I'm aiming for, but in an effort to get a rainbow in 2 places instead of just 1, I got an extra 50 hours overall on everybody. So 300 hours in all modes is just a result of me trying to even it all up in all modes. But quick play is my main focus. Or, because why have 1 rainbow when I can have 2? Yeah. Indeed, it's the same for both because the extra time has already been obtained. Yes. There is I think a 10 to 20 minute difference between the two, but it's unnoticeable most of the time. Because it rounds up. So hours in the career profile are about half an hour behind actual time. Over the long run. Because once you get, say, 100... Once you get 99 hours, 30 minutes, and 1 second, it will read 100 hours. And that goes all the way up to 100 hours, 30 minutes and a second, and then it will read 101. So the actual hours that display on the career profile are half an hour shifted into the past, as it were. So if I wanted exactly 250 hours, I'd have to play for 30 minutes more once it showed 250 hours on my profile. And that's 30 hours of in-game time. Luckily though, these days on playoverwatch.com, the player profiles display hours, minutes and seconds precisely. So it's easy enough to plan that out properly now. And usually I'll do that when I'm finishing up a hero. The profile will only update, however, when you log off. So when I'm finishing up a hero, I have to log off occasionally to update the number, so I know how close I am to finishing. Which is a lot more useful than it used to be, because it used to just be guesswork, essentially. There is a difference, however, between the in-game profile and the Play Overwatch profile. The Play Overwatch profile rounds down, and the in-game profile rounds up. That allowed me, in the past, to actually see when I'd actually reached 250 hours instead of just rounded up to 250 hours. So it was useful in that respect. Oh no. Oh, whoops, that was alt tabbed. In fact, on the Play Overwatch website, it actually orders it by milliseconds, but it doesn't show milliseconds because that's a bit too precise. Doesn't need to. It's information overkill, and it's not really necessary. But it does order it by milliseconds. Because I've had two heroes at exactly the same seconds before, and it's still, you know, ordered in a list. And I've had that happen several times to the point where there doesn't seem to be any particular order if the times look the same. So it must be more granular than seconds. That's what I concluded.
Meteor strike.
17 hours and 39 seconds. Is that yours?
I recommend moving behind my back.
Yeah, okay. Ow.
Der Kampf ist noch nicht vorbei. Let's get you back in the fight.
Oh, website adjusted my sensitivity as I spun, so I spun far too much.
Initiating objective capture routine.
Dead hands are hot. Oh no. One millisecond. Yeah. I mean, it's technically possible to have every single hero to exactly 250 hours as it appears on playoverwatch.com and still have them perfectly ordered. That would be extremely difficult to actually pull off though. So I'm not going to attempt that. However, I'd still like them all to be at 250 hours or above in terms of seconds. I'd want them all within a minute at the end. And I can do that. Lucio's next, yeah.
Play of the game.
冻住，不许走！
Double.
Meteor strike.
Well, you'll find out, I guess, Sticky Dog. I still need to figure that out myself.
Prepare your defense.
Exactly what I'm doing.
Select your hero.
I've got until Tuesday to figure it out. So maybe starting Lucio on Tuesday.
Your safety is my primary concern.
I suppose so. Oh, sure, I suppose so.
Attackers incoming. 30 seconds.
Floppy sausage.
Hello. 5, 4,
Yeah, it's
2, 1. Attackers incoming. Defend objective
Output and increase. For your own safety, get behind the barrier. Stop it! Engaging pursuit. Please get behind the barrier. Fortifying the ground. Not so far.
Ow.
Dein Schutzengel ist da.
The DJ stand. Maybe have it around me.
Archiving combat data.
That's not a bad idea. Just around my face. Oh, I could do better than that. I could have it as sort of a partial webcam surround. Yeah. Put myself behind it. Yeah, I have all the achieves, apart from the 2 new capture the flag ones, because I need to wait till Hero 30 before I can earn those. Yeah, indeed, Sticky Dog, that's the plan. I may relocate my camera for that, but we'll see.
Objective lost. Stop the payload.
It's a good idea.
Meteor strike.
You're dead, Doomfist. Good job. Okay, good. Oh, I need this reload. I'm doing well. Over a year, I think. I've had these things. I think I had this one first. I got this one like a month or 2 after. I think. Max Lerner got me the money for this. He donated enough for me to buy it. Oh, come here! Come on, I can't give what got it! Yes! Yes! This is. Okay, good. And then it's the other Shamada. After that. Cool. The Cyborg Ninja. Ninja.
This would help.
Heroes never die.
That was when that was the blame the controller video, right? They brought you here? Or was it before that? level 6,000 24-hour stream. Okay, so it's like the day before then, I guess. Or maybe... yeah, not sure. I think he uploaded the video like maybe a few days later. I think it was on a Thursday. So, July 2nd. Okay. Yeah, the video went up on July 4th, I believe. Independence Day. I think so. Aww. Just kill him further. Because we had a special meal at work in the morning for Independence Day because it's an American company. And I was I think the video had come out the night before, maybe it was January 3rd, July 3rd, I mean, I don't remember. But yeah, I was really happy about that day. Maybe it was the night before. I've got you in my sights. Maybe the morning off. One of those.
I must rejoin the team.
Yeah. That's why I put in every tweet that you know, playing with viewers as always, because some people don't know that. And
Heroes never die.
yeah, it's just one of those things. I don't see why I shouldn't, so I do.
I still have a job to do.
Ended up not doing comp that day. Oh. Ow.
I am not ready to be deactivated.
Meteor strike.
Defeat. Play of the game. Double kill.
Doomfist. Oh, I didn't block more than that other Orisa. I don't think I'll get even close. No. Nowhere close. And only a bronze medal. RIP. Oh, dear me. Please stop doing that. Orisa! Dear me.
Your safety is my primary concern. For optimal chance of survival, stay in range of my barrels.
Only one of them on their team is above level 100.
Attackers incoming in 30 seconds.
38, 42, 27, 75, 62, 160. Rip. 30. Level 30. As it says, you know. 30.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attackers incoming.
Heroes never die.
Defend objective A.
The enemy is here.
Oh, thank you for the follow there. Is Misbri? Is Misbri?
Heroes never die.
Bob. Okay, hi. Thank you. K123 Killer 75. Thank you for the follow also. Welcome to the Grove. They're all babies, yeah. Level babies. Oh, I'm hemorrhaging group members.
Lost. New defense point. Objective B.
Lethality level increased. Hello.
Hello. Pew, pew, pew. Oh, no one's on the point. No one's on the point. No one's on the point. What? Owie.
I still have a job to do.
Kills them. Kills them. Makes them dead. Go away.
Heroes never die.
What are you doing? That wasn't an escape, you silly Bailey. Hey, avocado. How's your day going so far? What have you been up to?
For safety, please move behind the barrier. Stop right there.
That's just a diva on top of the roof. No, 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 not all the ults. Ah, all the ults. Is Orisa the ultimate hit scan projectile damage boost DPS? There is no hit scan with Orisa.
For your own safety, get behind the barrier.
Oh, if I go around fast enough, I could probably put him off the edge. Oh, almost. I almost did it. Might have been able to accomplish that. Maybe. I don't know.
This is not the end.
You can counter Farah. Yeah, if you're good at leading your target, you can shoot Farah out of the sky. That's if Farah is moving more predictably. So that was the first game that you played with me, Sticky Dog? Okay, good. A random game. Okay. Of course, that was back when I had plat portrait, right? Greetings. Of course, Winnie. Of course. Why do you want to clip me killing you?
Heroes never die.
And you can clip you killing me, you know? Makes sense. Grinding Lucio. That's a lot of ults all of a sudden again. No. Oh, rip. Come on, get him. Come on, get on that objective. Get on it. Oh, they got the second part. That's fine, as long as they don't get the third. Nice. Hello. You just made a clip but can't find it. I'll have a look. See if I can find it. If you're on my stream page, there should be a clips like tab at the top. Anyway. And it should be in there somewhere. Let's see. Clips of my channel.
So close. I can feel it. What was it exactly?
10 seconds.
There's one 10 seconds ago, 2 minutes ago, 5 minutes ago. Dave the Singer, 5 minutes ago. Did you name it or no? 5996, okay.
Victory. Play of the game.
The annoying thing about the clips manager is it doesn't tell me who created the clips. It just tells me the clip name, the thumbnail, the channel, the category, which is the game usually, when it was created and the number of views. It would be nice to also see the person who created the clip. but no, that's not shown. If I go on to my own clips page, I can see who created what. Go into top 24 hours. That'll show the ones that were created today. And I don't see one created by you, Avocado.
Welcome.
Oh, sorry, I need to invite you, don't I?
Prepare to attack.
That one there.
Select your hero.
I'll re-queue for you. Wouldn't be fair to make you wait another game. Just because I forgot. Yeah. Oh. Yeah, that should work. Thanks, Sticky Dog. You can talk all you want, Marshall, we just can't hear you unless you talk really loud. To the point where it would cause an earthquake where you are right now. You'd have to talk that loud. Well, it would cause a shockwave. You'd destroy your house. Probably yourself along with it. If you tried to talk loud enough for me to hear without the use of the internet. Probably not advisable.
Traveling to Route 66. Prepare to attack. Select your hero.
Let me just gurgle. Mine was gurgling last night. It was saying really weird things. It was odd. Oh yeah, it was this one. Okay. Yeah.
Your safety is my primary concern.
Must violence always be the solution? You should be at peak performance levels.
Attack commences in 30 seconds.
How do I trust a man who is half machine?
The heart of a man still beats inside me.
Alrighty. Evil Toaster's stream and you notice something strange about his level.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attack commencing.
I don't see it. Oh. No? That looks fine. What's strange? The fact that it's diamond. Taz has Lucy Ball recordings. He can upload them to Streamable. That's what I use. Just upload them to Streamable. If you go to Streamable, click upload, you can band select all the bit files, click go, and it'll upload them all in one go. It's super easy. And then it'll give you buttons to click that will paste the link into the clipboard. And that way you can paste them all in super quick. Streamable is probably the easiest way of getting those links, that footage online, and linking it in the doc. much easier than YouTube or Giphy Cat or something like that. Thank you, Avocado, for the 100 bits. I'll watch the clip. Do that after this match. And the other clip. Maybe not, Farah, maybe not.
This is not your time.
Hey, I'll do it. I'm in a game right now, Avocado. Thanks for the 8 biddies. Yeah, I'm gonna do that sticky dog.
I don't care, watch it.
Thanks for the other 100 berries. Avocado. Wait. I'll let me pause the music. Go away. Okay. I watched it. No! Hands out! I'm trying to resume the music. Maybe the other clip as well.
Hello, 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 Michelle, and I will definitely keep you updated with this video has been check the hate to you, so we are getting married at the hate to you a few weeks back, and I don't know what is the best of luck to have a good news is just toxic are you doing today hope to hear that people are low and high the enemy's team of your videos belonging the hate the biggest streamer do that even though it was a pleasure speaking with this spam.
Wow. Were you doing the suggested word every time? I've done that before and it comes out with utter word salad like that. Pretty good. Yeah. If you're on mobile platforms, certain mobile platforms will suggest words to you as you're typing. And what you can do is just constantly push the suggested word and it will just make up complete bollocks. And it's rather entertaining. Let's see, what's this one?
I don't know. Like, because we had two sides.
Here.
I don't really have one. Yeah, logo. Wait, here maybe it shows your 4 stars, diamond border.
Hey, 4 stars?
Knew you were doing well and that people are low and high the enemy's team of your videos belonging the hate the biggest streamer do that even though it is to have a good news is just toxic are you doing today hope to hear that people are probably going to have fun when you have any other questions please feel sorry but I can't believe how fast the hate to you so we are getting married at the hate to have fun I am sorry to have the opportunity of the day of my life I am crying us it.
Is this a meme or is it just word salad or both? I don't get it. Thank you for the biddies though, Avocado. I do appreciate your support. Thank you very much.
I must rejoin my team.
I'm gonna VIP you. I'm gonna give you VIP.
Heroes never die.
There we go. Now we have the VIP badge. Because you have gone a long way to support me over the past like week or two. Oh yeah. But basically, the thing wrong with this level is he had too many stars in his career profile, or not enough on his portrait order. I can't do anything about the word limit, no. It's hard-coded in, I believe. I might be wrong on that. Why do I think that happened? No idea. Just a bug. A weird bug. Weird bugs happen in video games.
I must rejoin my team.
Fire at will.
Ladies and gentlemen, start your engines.
Enemy turret offline.
You are advised.
Remember, sometimes you'll load into a match and all your stars will be gone. Right? They're not gone, they just look gone. So it might be related to that visual bug. Just a weirder variant of it.
Heroes never.
Ooh yeah, nice. Build objective time. Hey, welcome back, Chalky. Did you have fun doing the thing that you were doing that made you not be here?
Double kill. Triple kill. Double kill.
It was annoying but good. Okay. Sort of a yin-yang kind of feeling. I forgot to start the music again. Whoops.
Traveling to Route 66.
Your safety is my primary concern.
Yeah. Zoop. What level are you now? Let's see. 348. That's 52 levels. In like 2 months. That's easy peasy. Depends on how much time you have there. I do around 250 levels per month. I play 12 hours a day. So you need to play 1.2 hours per day in order to reach that target.
Your safety is my primary concern.
10% of that. So if you do a level a day, you'll get there. That's all you need to do.
Attackers incoming in 30 seconds.
Whoa. Did you run out of biddies? Or did they just not work? Playing 6 hours after school? Yeah, super easy then. I did, Malsha. I did it while we were waiting for players. It doesn't refresh the map. For waiting for players, so you can do it before it officially starts.
Combat protocols initiated. Primary objectives confirmed. Beginning mission. Barrier activated.
Shocky on by Goodbye. Da-da-ba-bam.
Widowmaker here.
Analyze previous combat performance. Weapon system optimized.
Hey, no, 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 no,
Rains from above.
no, no.
I'm still to go at this.
Oh, wait. Pow. There we go. Pow. Okay, good. Pow. Alright, nice. Pow. Oh, that one still survived.
You have my thanks.
The battle continues.
身を捨てても妙理は捨てず
Photosynthesis is a process used by plants and other organisms to convert light energy into chemical energy that can later be released to fuel the organism's activities. This chemical energy is stored in carbohydrate molecules, such as sugars, which are synthesized from carbon dioxide and water, hence the name photosynthesis, from the Greek phos, light, and synthesis, putting together, 1, 2, 3. In most cases, oxygen is also released as a waste product.
Indeed. Oxygen is generally something that you'll only find on planets with life, because oxygen will naturally be absorbed by surrounding stuff over time when life is not present, which means, interestingly, if we want to find life on other planets, all we need to do is look at the atmospheres of the planets. Look at the light that's coming through the atmospheres of those planets to identify whether there's any oxygen in the atmosphere. Every element scatters light differently. Therefore, you can actually tell what the atmospheric composition of a planet is by looking at the light that's coming through
Most
the atmosphere.
plants, most algae, and cyanobacteria perform photosynthesis. Such organisms are called photoautotrophs. Photosynthesis is largely responsible for producing and maintaining the oxygen content of the Earth's atmosphere, and supplies all of the organic compounds and most of the energy necessary for life on Earth. Although photosynthesis is performed differently by different species, the process always begins when energy from light is absorbed by proteins called reaction center.
Yeah, it's really cool. Really cool stuff. So is all these donations for you, Avocado. Thank you. They all help. So thank you very much.
I must rejoin the team.
So yeah, once we have a telescope capable of easily analyzing atmospheres of exoplanets, we're gonna find it pretty easy to detect life outside our own solar system, if it indeed does exist. The best candidate for that right now would be the James Webb Telescope, which is going up next year into outer space. That's mainly going to be used for infrared frequencies, but as you may know, as light travels, it ever so slightly, bit by bit, shifts into the red part of the spectrum. So if it goes far enough, it shifts into infrared light, which is also radiated heat, as you may know. So essentially what it's doing is looking really, really far away to light that's travelled for so long it's become infrared. So that way it can find some stuff about really far away stuff. So it's going to be quite neat once it's online and operational. We're going to find out a lot about planets around other stars and all kinds of stuff like that. If we're going to find life in our galaxy, it's going to happen within the next 10 years, I'd say. Which is pretty neat.
This is not your time.
Education plus money. It's money plus education, but yeah. It's the same sum, I suppose. All of text! Thank you.
Reaction centers that contain green chlorophyll pigments. In plants, these proteins are held inside organelles called chloroplasts, which are most abundant in leaf cells, while in bacteria they are embedded in the plasma membrane. In these light-dependent reactions, some energy is used to strip electrons from suitable substances, such as water, producing oxygen gas. The hydrogen freed by the splitting of water is used in the creation of 2 further compounds.
But which 2 further compounds? Sugars, maybe? Sugars? Yeah, you can join High Skate. Sugars are important to plants.
I must rejoin my team.
60 seconds remaining.
Just as they're important to humans as well. Human. You're advised to move hello.
30 seconds
Combat simulation indicated. Apagando las luces.
Further compounds that serve as short-term stores of energy, enabling its transfer to drive other reactions. These compounds are reduced nicotinamide adenine dinucleotide phosphate (NADPH) and adenosine triphosphate (ATP), the energy currency of cells. In plants, algae and cyanobacteria, long-term energy storage in the form of sugars is produced by a subsequent sequence of light-independent reactions called the Calvin cycle. Some bacteria use different mechanisms, such as the
That's the end of it. Thank you for the 100 biddies again, Avocado, and the education at the same time. It's like a double whammy every time. As I said, Sticky Dog, you can just go back to my previous streams and take the data from there. I'll have done Uprising. I think I only did Uprising once or twice in 2018, but I did it plenty in 2017. With Retribution, you can get all the data from the 2018. You can like type Tree by Dave Retribution into YouTube, and that should come up with all my live streams of Retribution in. It's easy enough to find. I'll have Retribution normal and Retribution all heroes, I guess, in there.
System restart initialized.
Justice reigns from up.
Really? I didn't know. Oh! Rain Justice. Good to know. I was just mimicking what Farah said.
Never die.
Enemy contact.
60 seconds.
System restart initialized.
Looks like they were just playing.
I recommend moving behind the barrier.
All sorts of old crap in my. Excuse me?
Justice reigns from above.
Let's get you back in the fight.
It's pop pooing off. Oh, okay.
Pass into the iris.
I know, Sticky Dog, I'm messing with you.
I'm going for the Heroes never die.
Okay, good. Did it!
Victory. Play of the game.
Fire at will. Heroes never die.
You can get a load of normal Lucio Ball from that if you want. Ooh, I can level up again.
Level up.
The endorsement XP will push me over the top.
Now enter King's Row. Prepare your defenses.
Okay, Moshe.
Select your hero.
Alright, thanks Eric Courier. Good to have you with us. Are you popping off now? As in going away? Are those meant to be ears on the side of Orisa's face? She doesn't have them on her other skins.
Your safety is my primary concern.
Well, enjoy your din-dins. And until I see you again, have fun with whatever it is you're doing. Because fun is important.
Optimizing strategy.
Hello.
For your own safety, get behind the barrier.
Hello. Greetings.
Greetings.
Hello.
Hello.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Greetings. Attackers incoming. Defend objective A.
Enemy approaches.
Let's get you healed up.
For your safety, please move behind the barrier.
Please move behind the barrier.
For your own safety, get behind the barrier.
Get behind the barrier! Everyone's so far ahead.
Helden sterben nicht. Heroes never die.
Weapon system optimized. Oh no. Oh, I survived that, but then died. Rude. Old Symmetra. I'm getting the feeling they have a shield generator.
Archiving combat data.
Oh, that was a nice pull. Unfortunately, it meant nothing. Alright. I did a few of them, but there was general lack of interest really, so I stopped. Ow.
Installing updates.
Greetings. Stop the payload. Okay.
Helden sterben nicht.
Oh, let's break it.
Nerf this.
Oh no. Ah.
I am not ready to be deactivated.
Thank you kindly.
Heroes never die.
Goodbye, Anna. Ah, goodbye, Mercy. No, no, she got back up. Rude. I did have a one trick. I do. I still do. I haven't played on it in ages though. It's not just a one trick Mercy account though, there's a few other gimmicks at the same time. Hello? Yeah, of course, Unicorn Kitten. 97. Of course. Yeah, I got a couple spaces in my group. Are you on the Europe region right now? No. Okay. It's easy enough to switch. Do you know how? The way that Overwatch is set up is region is just the servers you're connecting to and the friends list you have. And that's the only difference. Some of the other Blizzard's games are separated between regions. So you have different accounts per region, but not in Overwatch. So, on the launcher you can just select the region before you hit the play button. So if you hit the select Europe and then hit play once the game is closed, of course, you'll let me connected to the Europe servers and then we can play together if you want.
I still have a job to
Stop the payload!
Oh, let's break it. Damn!
Your latency will be a little higher, but it shouldn't be much of a problem. Unless you're in the Asian region, right? So, or Australia or any of that, then your ping will be moderately high. But it's still somewhat playable. Whereabouts are you?
Thank you.
System restart initialized.
The payload is approaching its destination.
US? Yeah, shouldn't be a problem then. I've played from the US before, or on the US servers, should I say. And ping is generally in the region of about 150 maybe, at most. That'll be in 2017 Sticky Ball. Although I might not have played much on my stream, I don't remember. The best chance to find it is right at the beginning when it came out. I would have played a lot on that, at least that first day. Maybe second day as well, I don't know. Because I would have been working on achievements periodically. Ow. What was the date? Just search for Overwatch Uprising 2017 in Google and that should give you the dates. Because I don't remember. It would have been in April, I think.
Fire in the hole!
Mercy in the night.
60 seconds remaining.
So if you want to send me a friend request, Unicorn Kitten, you can do it with this button here on your friends list.
Installing updates.
Just paste my battle tag in there.
Seconds remaining.
But you need to be on the Europe region first for me to receive it. Yeah. I would have tagged it Uprising this Monday. Ow.
Archiving combat data.
Defeat. Play of the game.
Kasami? Is that you?
Heroes never die.
Ah, Redux DD. Thanks for the follow. Welcome to the Grove. Is this you? Unicorn Kitten Kasami. Oh, is that someone else? You're waiting for the update to install. Okay, that's so Kasami was someone on the other team. Okay, that was someone I played with recently as well. So let's clear this down so I don't get confused.
Arriving at Watchpoint Gibraltar.
Oh, was I quitting before the XP came up?
Select
Yeah. Well, there is no consecutive matches with Uprising and Retribution. There may be some in there though.
Your safety is my primary concern.
Be sure to stretch before engaging in the rigorous physical activity.
Attack commences in 30 seconds.
I'm not used to state-of-the-art facilities.
Okay then. Perfect.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attack commencing.
I chose Sombra because Sombra was the hero I was working on to 100 hours at the time. And it looked good, so I bought it. I figured that I'd eventually get every golden gun. Because at that time I was thinking I'd do at least placements in every single comp season. So I'd eventually get all the golden guns, but it didn't work out like that.
Heroes never die. This is not your time.
Melonenhar. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the group.
I'm still new at this.
I'm still new at this is somewhat of an ironic expression for someone like me.
The payload has reached
Ah, okay. There it is. It's good to hear I'm entertaining enough to be recommended to friends. Die, Bob.
I've got you in my sights.
Don't make assumptions though, it's worth checking them all because there may be some examples in there. If not examples from me, they may be from somewhere else, so it may be a challenge to find that information, but it won't be impossible. Because there may have been times where I got a bit distracted at the end and didn't quit immediately, or at all, so it's worth looking.
My ultimate is charging.
No, I didn't. I didn't know I was getting it.
Heroes never die.
I tend to decline any friend requests I don't know about ahead of time because there's only so much room in my friends list, so I can't accept everybody. 3v3 CTF and Mystery Heroes group stuff. Nice. Thanks, Max and Taz. So I think it's just the special event stuff remaining, isn't it? Although I think there's 6v6 remaining as well, which we may have to search for previously recorded footage for that one because they don't do it much. So it's probably quicker just to search for it. Also, we need to search for the seasonal event stuff. Three-star flat, nice. Got loads of Lucio Ball footage too. Nice. Okay, cool. What, standard Lucio Ball, group and non-group? I also need, I think, 4 grouped competitive Lucio Ball games. Those are hard to find. I had a good look the other day and I only found non-grouped ones. Hey Dexterity, good to see you again. How's your day been so far?
Hi there. Hello.
Might have some groups Copa Lucio Ball clips, so I have to check. Alright. Thanks for that information, Max. I'm sure we'll get great use out of that. Yeah, I'm doing good today. Doing really good, actually. I got a lot of energy today for some reason. It's like the first official night without my my breathing machine because it was useless. So they didn't require me to use it anymore, and I've actually got a ton of energy, which is ironic because that machine was supposed to fix my energy problems. And now I'm not using it, it seems to be better. Strange that.
Analyzing previous combat performance.
You were leaving Lucio Ball games. Oh, rip. That's the thing about Lucio Ball, there was no consecutive games, so it was faster just to leave and re-queue than it was to wait. That was everyone's general perception of it anyway. So it's gonna be difficult, I think. To find all this footage. With XP intact or no, Sticky Dog?
Someone get that payload moving again.
Ow!
I still have a job to do.
Yeah, sure, Jay Hunter. Let me re-invite you.
We must achieve victory quickly.
Don't worry about the comp, Max. I already sorted that. The other night I recorded someone doing group comp on Twitch. I clipped the end of screen XPs, downloaded the clips, uploaded them to Streamable. So I've got 3 examples of group comp on there. Yeah, this is going to be a fairly common problem, I think, with all these special event ones. Leaving before the XP. It won't be all of them though, there will be examples of XP. Somewhere. Just more of a challenge to find them, I guess.
60 seconds.
Shadows Store. Have you sent me a request or should I send you one? Unicorn Kitten. You're a Reaper? Oh, you're Haim. Okay. I don't have Bongo bound. I do have it bound. If it's not bound, there's no key thing there at all. It's on comma. But comma is not where you think it is because I'm not using QWERTY. Wah! Well, rip goes my Bongo. Ooh, nice tabs. Yeah, any fidget you find, just plonk right in the dock. Streamable is the way to go, in my opinion. It's super quick, super easy. Do you know if you're in Europe or America's, Kitten? Did you restart the game or no? The region command. Region. Have you done that, Kitten? Yeah, so you need to copy the whole thing. So you need to copy TreeboDave #21401. Copy that whole thing in. I can't accept everybody, Haim, because my friends list is limited to 200. I have to be selective with who I accept. Regular Lucy Ball automatically puts in the next match. Oh, okay. Interesting. I guess that makes sense. Oh yeah, of course. Because people used to AFK Lucy Ball. It was 100% AFK. Because the game didn't last long enough to kick you. Just type it in then, Kitten, or just put your battle tag in the chat. Either way works. So just open up this and type it in. Like that.
Now traveling to Busan.
Yeah, I'm the highest level player in the world.
Select your hero.
Here's my profile. It won't let me send a friend request to myself. I'll just say no. You can't do that. What are you trying to do? See if I do this. It says you cannot send an invitation to yourself. Oh, there we go, Shadow Storm.
Optimizing strategy.
Cool. How much longer do I need on Orisa? 24 hours? Yeah, 24 hours.
Enemy contact.
At the moment, I have a full group. If you wish to play with me, you'll need to enter the queue. So there's your instructions. Do join and then your battle tag to enter the queue. If I already have you on my list, you don't need to include the numbers, but if I don't have you on my list, you do, so I can send you a request, so I can invite you. Or if you've already sent me a friend request and I have it in my friend request list right now, if you're this one or this one, then you can just mention that. But make sure you don't just do join by itself, otherwise I won't know who to invite. Do a 24-hour stream and be done with the reset? No, because that's 24 hours of game time, not 24 hours of real time. So it would take 36 hours to complete 24 hours of a reset. Now, since now is 7 o'clock, 5 hours more of today, so that's 31 hours remaining after that. Then, tomorrow, I'll probably get maybe 2 hours before the stream, 6 hours on the stream, and then maybe 4 after. That's another 12, so that would take it down to 19 hours. And then the day after that on Monday, it's another 12. That would take it down to 7 hours of real time. And then Tuesday, I should be done at some point during the stream. Okay, Sticky Dog, sounds good. You could put them directly into the dock if you wanted to, if it links directly to the XP in the video. It needs to be from about the 20-second countdown mark to about the 9-second countdown mark. And that should be enough to get all the XP values out of it. Overtime. Oh, another way I used that barrier there. That was weird. Alright. We're going in. Yeah, I lost it so long. Let's go. I keep trying to amp it up, but I'm Orisa, so it doesn't work. It's good because like she'll cooldown is short enough, so I can just use it again when I get there. All right, dexterity. I'll see you soon. I like May the most, by the way. I didn't see your question before I saw your goodbye. 15.5 minutes. Okay, nice. Was it a control map? Usually those are control maps.
This is not the group up.
Hey, no. No, 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 no. Stab it. Stab it. Stab it. No. This buttercup is annoying. Ow! And then Hansa killed me instead. Alright. I think they're gonna win this point. Why not there? No, looks like they are going to. Oh. Oh, and a victory. That must have been a nice chunky bit of XP then for you, Max. 15.5 minutes and a victory. I'd take another 7 hours to learn ult usage. I tend to not really use Orisa's ult because it just feels very underwhelming to use. It's one of those ults where you have to sort of wait for the right moment to use it. And a lot of the time when I think about it, I'm like, wait, it's not the right time right now to use it. And then when I'm not thinking about it, sometimes it is. So, just one of those things. Some heroes have ults that have immediate and very noticeable effects, like Reaper or Diva or, you know, Junkrat or, you know, any of those that actually do massive damage in an area, or very specific heroes like McCree or whatnot. Orisa's ult is kind of like, ooh, it's a drum that's, you know, beaming people. And you don't see the actual effects as obviously as something that blows up really big explosion, everyone dies, you know? Although Orisa's ult is useful, it can also be just destroyed and does nothing. Or, you know, you put it down and no one does enough damage to make it useful. You know? It just doesn't feel very ultimate-y. So I don't tend to think about using it much. Something similar to that, but still useful, is Lucio's ult. Lucio's ult can save a group from death quite quickly and quite easily. Although it's not as ultimately, again, than other ultimates, it still, you know, has noticeable effect immediately. Or can it? They're similar, but I think Lucio's ult is more, feels more like an ult to me. It's still one of those ones you hold on to until you're ready to use it, though. Thanks, Jock_out for the follow. Welcome to the Grove.
Tactical visor activated.
Situational ults are less appealing to use than just
heroes never die.
Big kill everybody ults. Oh, and Reese, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome, welcome up. Whoa! No, you. Yeah.
Oh, let's break it. Damn!
It's a lot harder to just cancel out Lucia's ult than Orisa's. Orisa's is, ooh, look, it's a bongo drum, you should probably kill that. Lucia's ult, in order to cancel it out, you have to either interrupt him, kill him, or EMP. It's not something anyone can just shut down after it's been used. Or while it's being used, should I say. Although Orisa's ult is good when you actually look at it and you see what it can actually do, it just doesn't feel very good. Who are you talking to that about, Alsha? With your mum? Ah, it's this.
Heroes never die.
Oh. Oh, there we go. Yeah.
Recording performance for future analysis.
Score 1-1.
Time to kill.
Yeah, sounds good, Sea Dog. Sounds good. Oh, rip.
The objective is now.
Oh, that'll take too long. What? Oh, you're right there. Let's deal with you now. Or not, I guess. No, don't let them get the point. We can win this. We can make it a nice long game as well. We're already over 12 minutes. Nice chunky amount of XP. Is it now?
discharging.
Greetings.
How dare you?
It's hand.
Archiving combat data.
Yeah, she has a look at her left arm. It's a cool little thing. A cool little detail, I suppose. Ow.
Rebooting.
Thanks.
My ultimate is ready.
I wonder where that will end up. I could use it. Ooh, that's a dead Reaper. Oh no, that's a dead me almost. Maybe not. Wah. How dare you?
System restart initialized.
Heroes never die.
I must rejoin the team.
No defeat. Yeah, I know, Sneaky Dog, but you know, it's that it doesn't have to be the exact question people ask. It just needs to be the you know, roundabout question that people are generally asking, and then the answer to it. Well, I blocked a ton of damage there. Nice. Reaper. Oh, 32 limbs. Hey, that's pretty good too. Oh, Sticky Dog. Yeah, still a few full group. No, stop it. Eesh. Wow, 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 wow. After Lucio, who do I have? Cyborg Ninja. Skin, 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 skins. Skin, 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 skins. Skins. Yeah, I think the pink really works well for me.
Traveling to Horizon Luna. Prepare to attack.
Wow, 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 wow. One thing you could try in order to get rid of the taskbar is do Alt-Enter and then Alt-Enter. Alt-Enter is the shortcut for doing full screen. So if you do it twice, it'll put it back into windowed by default. So you'll have to then switch it to full screen windows from there, and that might solve it without having to restart at all.
Your safety is my primary
Worth a
concern.
try.
I will simulate our upcoming mission to identify all possible outcomes.
Attack commences in 30 seconds.
Eshbrig, Doomhansa, Lucio, Moira, Orisa, Reaper, Soldier 76, Sombra, Torb, and Ball. Need a skin for the next event. Well, I don't need one, but they could get one, and not all of them will. Some heroes that have already had one will get another. That's generally how things happen. F11. F11 is web pages.
4, 3, 2, 1. Attack commencing.
I don't think I've never met a game that uses F11 for full screen, because it just does nothing for the most part. Okay, Sticky Dog, that's fine. F11 is the default key in a web page to make it full screen. But games generally use Alt-Enter as their shortcut. That's weird. Which ult are you using, the left one or the right one? And by enter I mean the one in the middle rather than the one on the edge. I'm using the one on the main part of the keyboard. Well, Alt-Enter with the numpad also works. Yeah, the numpad also works.
I am claiming
That's in a window. Wait. We fixed that. There we go. Da, 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 da. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, Max. But just because they don't have a skin doesn't guarantee them one. It just makes them more likely to get one.
My ultimate is almost ready.
Ow. Using left ult. Yeah, that's the one I use.
Combat data.
My blade is ready to be unleashed.
I don't believe you can do that, Max, if you haven't activated Windows. You can? That's a customization option. If if I right click my taskbar and do taskbar settings, it's locked. I can't change anything. Yep, the whole thing is locked. I haven't activated Windows because you don't really need to. I'm fine with the taskbar the way it is.
I am taking the objective. Reinforce this position.
So,
Get here.
do you have a watermark that tells you to activate Windows maps?
Support requested.
Yeah, but it may have come with your PC, that's the thing. If you shop bought your PC, or got a pre-build with Windows included, you won't have to buy a license. But if you specifically bought a PC or built a PC without Windows included, then you have to buy Windows. Yeah, so I've got a watermark that says activate Windows. Go to settings to activate Windows. That's only on my main monitor. And in addition to that, I can't customize my taskbar or customize themes. But that's it. That's the only restrictions and features. So basically, by buying a license, all you're doing is enabling customization for your taskbar, you're enabling themes, and removing a watermark. That's all you do by buying a Windows license. So you end up saving a lot of money if you don't bother getting a Windows license and just download Windows 10, install it, and don't enter a product key. Free operating system. Now, Windows used to just lock you out completely in some previous versions if you didn't buy a license within a certain amount of time. But these days, they really don't care. Use it as much as you want. Buy a license if you find the inconvenience is too much. I don't even notice it anymore. It's been there for so long. I'll only notice it if I look directly at it. I think a Windows license is like 200 quid for Windows 10. 200 pounds. It's rather a lot for just getting rid of a watermark. I'd rather just leave it there. If it showed up on the stream, I'd be more inclined to do it. But the fact that the OBS is capturing Overwatch itself and not my display means that the watermark doesn't show up at all on the stream. Grey market keys for $20. Yeah, I guess, but still, that's money I don't need to spend. I'm not bothered. Change my main display. I could change my main display to like a display off to the side or whatever, so I don't even see the watermark. But there is a there's a good reason to have my main display as my main display, because when I'm opening a program or a game or whatnot, by default it will appear on my main display. Some games don't like multiple monitors. Some don't have any multi-monitor support. So if I used a different monitor for my main monitor, some games I'd only be able to play on that monitor, not any others. Which would suck. So yeah, whatever. I just have a watermark and I don't even look at it. I notice it most of the time. That's fine.
Updates installed.
不许走。
Ow. How big is the watermark? Not very. Maybe about that big on my screen. When the screen is what, like this big? It maybe takes up 1 to 2% of the screen at most. That's probably an over-exaggeration. So I click on mouse. Okay. Here. It's just here. That's it. Just here. Where the stay as team text is, that's where it is, basically. And only as team, not stay. So just the as team bit has the watermark on it. It's pretty small. Easily ignorable. If it was all over the screen, it would be more annoying. £5? Really? It's a 1440p monitor. 144 Hz G-Sync. 27 inch.
Your safety is my primary concern.
Oh yeah, I have 2 spots in my group. And you are in the queue, yeah, Sticky Dog. Indeed. Let's remove you from the queue. Hey Jonesy, how's your day been so far?
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Attackers incoming. Defend objective A.
Lucio coming at you.
I've sighted the enemy.
Barrier
This
activated.
is my will.
Bum, 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 bum. Yeah, 1080 on a bigger display, you start to get... It starts to be less good. 1080 is fine on like 22, 24. Once you get bigger than that, it starts to be a bit low. 1440p is good for a 27 inch, I think. 1080 would look less good. Okay, sounds good, Sticky Dog. Ow. Guess I wasn't getting any heals. Heals! Oh, so you got the same size and refresh rate, but lower res. Okay. The thing is, it's one of those things where it looks fine until you see something better, and then you realize how bad it was. Right? Warlord Kill, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Grove. Yeah. Sounds like an upgrade would be a good idea at some point, Tess. But, you know, if it works, it works, so it's not too much of a concern, I suppose. But when I run Overwatch in 1080 on a 1440...
Heroes never die.
1440p display, it looks a little fuzzy. Just a little bit fuzzy. See Citrix. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Grove. Just got 27-inch 1440p, 144 hertz free sync. Did you see about? Well, I assume you did, but did you see the thing about the G-Sync coming to like all variable refresh monitors, basically? So any monitor with a variable refresh rate will support G-Sync through software instead of hardware once they start rolling that out. Which is pretty neat. The G-Sync monitors will still do it better though. 720 on a 13-inch screen. 13-inch screen? Wow, that's tiny. That's real small. I've been playing since the game came out in May 2016, so it's been quite a while. Was a Genji following me? I didn't see that.
I still have a job to do.
No one can hide.
Other way around. GeForce cards will allow FreeSync monitors. Ah, okay. Right, so I misunderstood what they were talking about then.
My will made real.
I don't know whether it was because they didn't explain it well enough or I just didn't understand what they were saying, in which case they didn't explain it well enough, I guess.
Heroes never
13 inches to 27 inches, wow. Just such a big upgrade there. Yeah. Well, do you mean higher or lower, Dan Eagle? Hey, you're not supposed to be murdering our team. That's rude. Lower. Okay. I've got you in my sights. One thing I might be able to do is make it so all my bots use my account instead of TreeBot Dave's account. That way I can use my channel emotes without having to buy a sub for my bot. Might be worth doing. Song requesting is not a thing on my stream. I like keeping things copyright free. Okay, Taz, thanks. Thanks for the effort. That helps a lot. Ow.
Heroes never die.
No, you. Ow. Oh no. You know what? Ever since we've started spawning ahead of the satellite, I keep forgetting it's there and not destroying it. And you can do it in one click with Orisa. That's me just standing there. What was I doing at that point? I'm not sure. No you is the best deflectability ever. Yeah, Genji has just a no you ability. It's great.
Traveling to the right. Prepare to attack. Select your hero.
Alright, see you around, Taz. Thanks for the help.
Your safety is my primary concern.
It's not my preference.
Lol, sticky dog.
But I will see this done.
Yeah, every loot box item in the game I have. One would think so after, like, over 7,000 loot boxes, right? I mean, if I haven't got everything in over 7,000 loot boxes, there's something very wrong with the loot box system, right?
5, 4, 3.
Just every box is the same duplicate over and over. Or something like that, you know? But yeah, the change in, I think it was Summer Games 2017, where, yeah. Summer Games 2016 was the change to the loot boxes, where they'd make it so that loot boxes will not drop duplicates if it can give you something that isn't. Or if it ever drops duplicates when you could receive something that of that rarity that isn't. It's extremely rare now, like 1% of the time, at most. You get a dupe when you didn't have to. How much currency? Over 500,000 credits now. Not by much, but I hit 500,000 recently. I'm aiming for the whole million. But yeah, over halfway there now.
I'm escorting the payload. Assistance requested.
Really isn't any reason to spend any of it. In events, I get loot boxes fast enough to get everything within the first week or two. So why spend my credits? And then there's nothing else to buy with my credits either, so there's really no point. So I'm just, you know, saving them up for no reason except to get 1,000,000 credits. I want to be the first one to reach 1,000,000 credits with without purchasing loot boxes. Basically, I started at Anniversary 2017 accumulating credits. It's taken me this long to get 500,000, and I'm the highest level in the game, so highest level player in the game with 500,000 credits earned from just loot boxes. Probably means I've got the most free credits, essentially. I think it's fairly safe to assume that. It's not guaranteed. There may have been someone that's just been saving credits from the beginning of the game and be lower in level than me, but still pretty high level. That's got more credits. I don't know. Unlikely though. I'd say the opposite would be true, because if they allowed people to buy golden guns or credits, they'd sell more loot boxes, because that's where credits come from, loot boxes. So buying golden guns with credits would make Blizz a lot more money. You get a lot of people complaining now. Some would be complaining because, but I worked so hard on comp just for golden guns and now I could have just bought them with credits. That's bullshit. And then other people would be complaining, the golden guns are pay to win. You can just buy a ton of loot boxes and get all the golden guns you want. So yeah, that's probably not a good idea. Basically, you want golden guns tied to something you can't buy with money. Essentially, one method is tying it directly to leveling, another to completed games, like it is in comp already, but all modes, or quick play and comp instead of just comp. One fairly fair way of doing it is just give someone the ability to buy one golden gun for every 100 levels they have. That way it doesn't matter what game mode you're playing, you can get every golden gun you want. You'd still need to max out your diamond border to get there, because there'll be soon 30 heroes in the game once March comes around, and then you'd need to get to level 3000 to get all the golden guns. And level 3000 is max diamond border. So not many people would have max diamond, but the people that all the golden guns, but the people who did would already be pretty high level anyway. And that's true anyway. Anyone with all the golden guns is already pretty high level. So I think that's probably one of the fairest ways of doing it. Tying it directly to level though allows people to essentially, it might increase the frequency of AFK XP farming, because those people who want golden guns will seek out the easiest and most expedient method of getting the golden guns. Although recently in the patch with Ash, a daily XP limit was implemented to custom games, which limits it to 6.5 levels per day. That certainly helps to discourage people from XP farming, because they can only receive a certain amount of it per day. And although 6.5 levels is more than enough levels to earn overnight while one sleeps. The thing is though, if you're entirely AFK, the only way of ensuring you stay in the AFK match is using a script or a bot or something, which is entirely bannable. So yeah, you'd put your own account at risk by doing that. AFK farming itself is a bannable offence, let alone using a script or bot to automate any part of the game.
Name's Chris.
Bam.
System repaired.
Hey, no, stop it. No, you. Ow.
Heroes never die.
Oh no!
Fire at will. Do something.
No. Trackpad Overwatch. Yeah. No. The touchpad sucks for first-person shooters. My friend Alan, he's done that in the past, and actually done pretty well. At the same time, it's still, I'd say it's worse than controller for playing FPS. It's still possible though. Does it ever feel boring to play Overwatch? No. Not for me. Which is quite lucky actually. Because it means that's the only game I need to play. It makes things simple for me. A ball mouse? Alright, Grandpa.
Огонь по готовности!
Almost 5 minutes objective time. Nice. %69% kill participation. Oh, I level up.
Level up.
Pass into the ass.
Yes.
Traveling to Dorado. Prepare your defenses. Select your hero.
This will be the last game of the stream, so you might as well wait till it's over and then do whatever you want after that.
Your safety is my primary concern.
It is not my preference to see to my but I will say
Let's make it a good one, eh?
Attackers incoming in 30 seconds.
My ultimate is charging.
just dessert. Ify's eating Orisa.
For your safety, please stay close to me. Please move behind the barrier.
Wow, so much damage. Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no. Barrier. Don't get that. Ah. Yeah.
Archiving combat data.
4 gold medals. Let's let the game end now, and then I'll. Oh, I've lost one already. What's that range name? Off and off. Off and off. Okay.
I still have a job to do.
Much obliged.
Jormungandr.
My ultimate
A Jormungandr is a large worm-like creature. If I remember correctly.
This will help.
My will made real. It's just a scratch. You'll be fine.
Oh no! Not justice. I'm allergic to justice. Allergic!
Rains from above.
Oh.
They have returned from death.
Looks like they're pushing the payload.
Installing updates.
Surrender to my will.
1 billion seconds. And a few. That's how old I am. 1 billion seconds and a few more.
The payload has reached the checkpoint.
I turned 1 billion seconds at about 2 o'clock this morning.
Installing update.
Helden sterben nicht.
I recommend moving behind my barrier.
Hey, I put that barrier down for you, Bastion. Maybe I should just put. Stop moving around! I'm trying to shield you. You silly Billy. Excuse me, I just. Probably should have followed Bastion sooner. Oh, well. All the levels. Not all of them. It was just a bit too much. It was a bit sort of long-winded. So I removed some of them. Because it was just a big wall of text. I wanted to reduce it a bit.
Play of the game.
Increases the mystery and surprise and stuff as well. I tried the reduced version, but it was still too much, so I took a load out. They're still there, you still earn them, it's just not listed. That's fine. Eniter. The Eniter description. Yeah. I know, it's lots of text, so I wanted to reduce that to less lots of text. But yeah, thanks everybody. That was my last game. Hope you enjoyed playing with me, watching me play, all that kind of stuff, hanging out with us, chatting about random stuff. That's more Orisa time done, so we're 23 hours away from Orisa being completed entirely, which is nice. Should be done with Orisa on Tuesday, so then we'll be doing some more Lucio. Haven't done Lucio properly since I earned my gold border. That was back at the beginning of 2017, the last time I was doing a decent chunk of Lucio. Not counting all mode stuff, but the last time I was doing Lucio in quick play, 100 hours, was the beginning of 2017 when I earned my gold border. So yeah, it's been a long time, and Lucio has had a lot of changes since then, so it'll be interesting to get back to him and get a good chunk of time in him. Yeah, I stream every day except Fridays because I need a day off once a week. But yeah, thanks everyone for watching today. I had a good time. I hope you did too. I had lots of energy today. No sleepiness at all. It's always good when that happens. Hopefully that's a thing that happens a lot more in the future. How long in the future that starts to happen on a regular basis, I don't know. Hopefully I can try and at least try to maintain a good energy level until I've got the sleep problem completely fixed, but we'll see. I don't know. I don't know. I feel pretty good about today's stream. I had a lot of fun. Special thanks to Avocado again today for lots of biddies, as well as Maximum Effort with a 13-month Twitch Prime resub. So extra special thanks to Maximum, who's been here for over a year as a subscriber. Many thanks for Maximum. As well as everyone who's followed me today, thank you very much. I hope to see you again soon. I will be streaming again tomorrow, starting at the usual time of 2 PM GMT. GMT. Okay, thanks, Sticky Dog. In the meantime, I'm gonna go ahead and host someone else. Who am I gonna send you all over to? I'll do a raid instead of a host, why not? I'll send you all over to ARG. Yeah, let's do that. Yeah, thanks, Sticky Dog. Thank you, everybody. I hope to see you all again tomorrow or another time if you can't make it tomorrow. Every day except Friday, 2 PM GMT usual start time. Do follow me on Twitter. Subscribe to me on YouTube if you want to see previous streams or other stuff as I upload it. I'll see you soon for some more. Ciao for now. Off to a